All right. Good evening. I'd like to call the February 22nd, 2022 closed session city council meeting to order. And I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city's website and by Zoom teleconference. City clerk, can we have a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Krupa.
Here.
Councilmember Males.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Meyer.
Here.
Mayor Lowenthal.
Here.
All members are present.
Okay, at this time, members of the public may only comment on an item appearing on the agenda. Please adhere to the following: 3 minutes or less. Comments should be directed to the council as a whole and not individual council members. City clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Mayor, there are no registered speakers.
Okay, we'll proceed to closed session. Good evening. I would like to call the February 22nd, 2022 regular city council meeting to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city's website and by Zoom teleconference. And I would like to remind the council to have their microphones turned on so that everyone can hear us. City Clerk, can we have a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Brown?
Here.
Councilmember Krupa?
Here.
Councilmember Miles?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Meyer?
Here.
Mayor Lowenthal?
Here.
All members are present.
At this time, the invocation will be done by Terry Larned, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance with Councilmember Miles.
For I am with thee. Be not dismayed, for I am thy God. I will strengthen thee, and I will help thee. Yea, I will uphold thee with the right hand of my righteousness. Now God has gone to the great ends of the earth to make sure that you will always know that no matter what, he's got us covered. He will keep us at rest. He will strengthen us, and he will see us through the tough times in everything that we do. Every trial that we face and every challenge that comes our way. We should know that you have no reason to fret or worry. God is with us. Father God, I thank you that I can trust in you completely, never having to worry or fret when troubling times come our way. I want you to bless the city council, and if your will, and let your will be done to help us through what we are going through with these problems and troubles that we have. I thank you, Lord, that I can rely on your faithfulness. In Jesus' name, I pray. Amen.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
City Attorney, can we have a report out of closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. For item 4B, settlement direction was given by a vote of 5-4.
Moving to
5-0.
Moving to communications from the public. There's a 3-minute time limit for all general public comments and non-public comments as well. All who wish to speak, including council members, need to be recognized by the mayor. If you haven't filled out one of those cards, if you would like to speak, please do so. It's located over there. And just please state your name when you come to the podium and the item that you're commenting on before speaking. And at this time, we're going to take public comment for items listed on the agenda, beginning with Sue Savage, followed by Sue Savage again.
Oh, thanks. Thank you, Mayor. My name is Sue Savage. I am Hemet City Treasurer. Immediately after being elected, I went to work for Hemet citizens and earned them $24,000 in interest. Then Hemet's finance director, Lorena Rocha, canceled my next investment, and Hemet City Council overturned the vote of the people by appointing Christopher Lopez to be the treasurer. Have you ever Googled Hemet, California? Google immediately comes up with Hemet is a miserable city. According to the Palm Springs Desert Sun, Hemet is mostly known for high crime rates, unemployment, and vacant homes and buildings. Just drive down Florida to see what they are talking about. High crime rates result from criminal activity. Does criminal activity apply right here to the people sitting at the front of this room? When Lorena Rocha, the finance director, and Christopher Lopez, the city manager, updated the investment policy without following legal and lawful procedures, were they breaking the law? The law says the treasurer is to update the investment policy. Yet Lorena Rocha and Christopher Lopez presented their own investment policy to city council. Are they why Hemet is known as a miserable city? The law requires city council to discuss investment policies in front of the citizens. The past December, city council adopted a new investment policy without even mentioning it was on the agenda, let alone discussing any changes made in the policy. Was city council breaking the law? Is city council's behavior why Hemet is known as a miserable city? The investment policy, which Lorena and Christopher Lopez wrote, was submitted to California Treasurers Association to get it certified as being legal. It comes as no surprise the illegally presented, illegally written, and illegally adopted Hemet investment policy failed certification. At today's Investment Oversight Committee meeting, fixing the investment policy to certify it came up. Chairman Carly Mayer at first put the corrections on the next agenda, but then she changed her mind and took them off. Hemet continues to have an investment policy that will not certify and an investment oversight committee doing nothing about it. Is the chairman's refusal to correct the investment policy a reason Hemet is known as a miserable city? Both Hemet law and state law require the city manager to file a monthly report on Hemet citizens' money. The city manager did not obey the law for one entire year. The city manager did not file a monthly report for 12 months, and not once did Hemet City Council ask, where are the monthly reports? The city manager does not obey the law for a year. City council never asks why. Is this a reason why Hemet is known as a miserable city? Are the actions of city council, city manager, finance director, and the city attorney legal? Are their actions why Google tells everyone what a miserable city Hemet is? There is a censure item on the agenda tonight. It wouldn't surprise me if city council tried to use it on me because you don't like me telling Hemet citizens the truth. But I have a question. Google is telling everyone what a miserable city Hemet is. Are you going to censure Google? How are you going to stop Google from telling the truth? My name is Sue Savage. I am the treasurer.
Thank you, Sue Savage, for your comments. City Attorney, do you have anything to?
Mayor, yes, I ordinarily don't respond to members of the public making comment. However, when a member of the public accuses the city council and the city manager of potentially criminal acts or violating state law, when they are doing those actions which are expressly authorized and required by state law, I feel compelled to at least make some statement. The city council is responsible under the government code for the investment of the city's funds. The city council adopts the city's investment policy, which the city council has done twice while I've been here. The city council is authorized to delegate that authority to invest to another officer of the city. Historically, that has been the city treasurer. That's true. But last year in 2021, the city council opted to delegate that to professional investment firm. And they have been conducting that business pursuant to the investment policy since then. My understanding is that the investment reports have been completed. They were presented to the Investment Oversight Committee, of which the treasurer is a member. She was there when they were presented. She's had the ability to review them. One of the biggest challenges the investment firm reported in conducting those reports was that the treasurer had not conducted the reports herself from the period of November through January of 2021. Sorry, November 2020 through January of 2021. It's very difficult for them to put those numbers together during that time period because it's so long ago, but they did it. And my understanding is that those reports will be forthcoming to the city council at their next meeting. If any member of the public is interested in those reports, they're on the city's website. at the backup for the Investment Oversight Committee. Thank you.
As far as the Investment Oversight Committee that met today, in fact, I did put on future agenda items to go over the investment policy as requested by the treasurer, which when I asked her to bring forward the changes that she would like to be made, she said that she would not bring them forward. So at that point, I rescinded my motion and it was removed from future agenda items. So in the defense of Google, I will say that people call Hemet a bad town because there are criminals and people that do not tell the truth around here. And until the truth starts being told, it will continue to say that. And as far as the email we received from Mrs. Savage today, after the meeting, she said that she had no part in the investment policy, which indeed I was at the meeting where she was told that her changes were submitted to the public trust advisors who put together the investment policy for the city that is in compliance with the governing body, the state of California. And that is who we answer to as far as our investments, not to the CMTA group that wants to have us pay $300 for their certification. The state will look at it, our attorney looks at it, and we have it done already. So I'm not sure where all the indiscrepancies are coming from, but it is definitely frustrating to sit up here and have to put your money where your mouth is and lay it down for the people of Hemet and then get criticized so disrespectfully and accused of lying. And our staff works tirelessly on our finances. And it is not appreciated, the comments that are consistently made, putting them down. And we do appreciate our finance staff. I see several of you out here today, and thank you for all your work. I see that you've done a lot in our agenda packet today and with our investments from our meeting earlier today. So thank you all.
City Clerk, is there any electronic submissions?
There's no e-comment, but I do have one person raised hand on the Zoom call. If you give me just one moment. Yes, Mrs. Smith, you're live with the City Council. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
It'll take less than that. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. First of all, I think that's a great idea, and I'd like to comment on or ask a question regarding the proposed 16B, item 16B, regarding the proposed resolution adopting a policy on admonishment and censure. I have a question, and maybe probably the city attorney can come back to me tomorrow with an answer. What happens if a contracted, quote, employee, which is a little bit different legally than a regular employee, does something that's outside the bounds of propriety? How is that handled? For example, let's just say that the city attorney and the city manager both promised to fulfill a reasonable request for documentation as regards to Measure U, but both failed to supply the requested documents within a time frame or even beyond a time frame. How is that kind of situation handled? And does the public have the same access? Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Appreciate it.
Is that all? Who's on Zoom? All the comments?
Mayor, that is all the public comments. We'll give you just one more second. If there's anyone else that would like to raise your hand, now is the time for public comment to speak. Seeing none, Mayor, there is no one else on the Zoom call.
We will now take public comment for items not listed on the agenda, beginning with Jerry Ann Franklin. Followed by Pat Gregory.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I'm sorry I got angry during the course of the first statement. First off, I need to commend the council for not shutting her down and kicking her out. I had something totally different to say, but I need to say this first. There is such thing as a court of law. There is no need to come into a city council meeting and rant and rave like she did, then turn around, bash each of you in for whatever reason she had, call out names. That is improper. And for her to turn around and walk out without giving any of you a chance to legally respond is completely, in my mind, unethical. She has been doing this for weeks on end, calling you out individually. That is not necessary. If she has something to say to you personally, she does not need to say it here. And I see my red light flashing, and I'm sorry, but I need to say this because I am sickened by what she did tonight. You each have a job to do, but coming here each week and speaking like she did so disrespectfully, and I hope she listens to this tonight, and I hope I catch her at the next meeting and let her know how I feel about this, because this is not appropriate. And what I really came to talk about was there really needs to be a light at Devonshire and Myers, because people are going to get hurt and there is going to be a liability issue with that. But that's so minute in the grand scheme of what she just did. And I'm absolutely livid with that. So she does not speak on behalf of all the citizens in Hemet. There's a lot of garbage out there, and it's not the council's fault. The council can do a lot of things, but the council can't be everywhere, and the council cannot do all things. And it's the council's doing what they can, and we've seen changes. And I am so sorry you had to listen to that tonight. So changing what I wanted to say, but thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Jerry Ann. Jerry Ann, was that a signal light or just a?
It's on Devonshire and Myers. It's actually, it's really dark down there, and it's a street light. It's just kind of, if we could put in a stoplight or something, because what happened is, since I was here last, there have been 3 incidences where the cars have gone off the road and have gotten stuck out there because they couldn't see where the road ended. And I just don't want to see somebody get seriously hurt. And I fear what's going to happen is some damage is going to be done to somebody's car, and it's going to come back on the city. And I don't want to see that happen to a family and then the city. So that's why I'm just trying to emphasize it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
City Manager.
Jerry Ann, just a quick comment on that. We've heard you, and we are working on some things behind the scenes before we bring them to council. But we are working on some items that we'd like to bring forward to the council. So we are working on it. Sure. Thank you.
Pat Gregory, followed by Mary Ann.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. At the February 8th meeting, I noted, and I'll note again, that there was only one treasurer's report that complied with the required information and not 4, as was alleged. And I understand now that drafts have been submitted. And I also understand that the city had to pay a private firm for the reports that the treasurer failed to provide. But I can't get in the middle of that because I don't have enough information. But I do ask, how could the city of Hemet allow a whole year to go by without a treasurer's report, regardless of who is at fault? That's a problem. At the last meeting, I also noted that, I'm talking fast because I only have 3 minutes. I also noted that it was taking 3 months to obtain documents. The city attorney informed me that they will be coming tomorrow, but that was the same message that I received 2 weeks ago. Again, I ask, how does this happen? But I did receive information on Measure U. It is shocking to me that the city manager failed to coordinate a second Measure U meeting as is required. When I reviewed the Measure U general ledger, I noticed that for the first 6 months, $2.3 million was spent on police salaries and benefits. I find that interesting because I believe there is a net zero increase of police officers. That means that Measure U is using funds to pay for expenditures that should be paid by the general fund. And since the city manager previously indicated that overall revenues increased despite COVID, why is he still siphoning money from Measure U? Let me remind you that council members put in writing their intent to use Measure U solely for the enhancement of public safety, and that is not happening on your watch. The city manager is also failing to comply with the council promises as made for Measure U. There have been 2 recent incidents in my neighborhood. First, there was an attempted burglary, and within minutes, the Hemet Police Department arrived. It was impressive. In another neighborhood, a house caught fire, and in minutes, the fire department prevented a disaster. The fire and the police put their lives on the line for us. We, the citizens, voted for Measure U to support our police and fire who are doing a valiant effort despite the political nonsense. And I'd like to know why the city manager and the city council feel that you can ignore your promises regarding Measure U. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat Gregory.
Good evening, City Council. My name's Mary Ann. So Pat kind of stole my thunder. However, there's a lot of things I was going to say today, but since you guys have already, put the hammer down so early, excuse me. She did mention that there was a fire in my neighborhood this past week, and I do want to commend the fire department. Our homes where I live are considered attached. And so there is a wall that does attach 2 homes. They're called twins. And it was the second home from the corner that did catch fire. The home that was attached to it did not even receive any damage at all. I do want to commend the fire department for being there. It could have resulted in the whole block being caught on fire, but they were able to contain it to just one house, and that house was gutted, so it wasn't just a little fire, it was like a big fire. And so for everybody that says that Hemet, a lot of social media, that we have a lot of crime and we have a lot of drugs and we have a lot of, everything. I do feel though that we are really working hard and diligent at clearing that up. And if you do really drive around, you see a lot less. I do see homeless every day from where I work. I think CityNet is doing a job. They are doing their job that we did hire them to do. But I do also feel that I don't think that the police and fire should have to come up here and ask for money for things that they desperately need. Like with this fire, I don't know, the fire department was up here earlier and they were asking for certain things to do, and they needed money. And I think that this is a perfect example of why we should be giving them the money that they do deserve, that is what Measure U was meant for. And there's no reason that they should come up here and have to ask you and beg for money.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Moving on to presentations, I would like to, before the highlight reel is played, I'd like to take a little break and reflect on a little fun fact. So it's Palindrome Week. This means that every day this week can be read the same forwards and backwards. And apart from Palindrome, February 22nd is also being celebrated as Two-Day, or Tuesday, as the number 2 is repeated so many times. And this is the second month of the year, and the day is the 22nd, and the year is 2022. There are 5 2s, which is considered an angel number, which represents serenity and harmony. And it's there to let you know to let go of any negative thoughts, to achieve peace and equilibrium in your life. With that being said, item number 12, presentations highlight reel.
So deuces are wild.
All right. So if you guys don't have it on your phones, there is an app called C-Click Fix, where if you see graffiti, if you see trash, illegal dumping, you can take a picture of it on the app, and then that lets the city know where that is. And if your location is on, when you take the picture, it gives an exact location of where you're at, so that those matters can be handled. And so sometimes it's we're not everywhere, and so this was a way that we can have eyes all over the city of Hemet through the citizens of. If you were to take a picture on the app and then tell us what it is, so if it's homeless encampments, if it's graffiti, if it's you think you think it's trash, illegal dumping, anything in those kind of categories, a tree that's been fallen, a sidewalk that's maybe lifted up, anything you can think of that you think could be addressed by the city, because you guys are out there driving around. All you have to do is pull over, take a picture, and then send it on through the app, and we can get it taken care of.
Just make sure you submit it when you're there. Otherwise, they may show up at your house looking for the fallen tree. I'm just saying, it's happened. So
Moving, we're going to skip 13A and go to 13B. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet, amending various sections of Chapter 90 of the Hemet Municipal Code, second story design criteria for residential construction.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and the community. I'm Monique Alanese Flater, Principal Planner. Tonight, presenting is a second story design ordinance, ZOA 21-006. The proposed ordinance aligns with the council's strategic goals to ensure that Hemet is safe, clean, attractive, and comfortable for all who live, work, and visit. The ordinance is a city-initiated amendment. It is citywide and would be specific to the residential zoning districts. The city of Hemet has experienced significant growth in single-family residential development over the past 18 months. Currently, the city has 4 national builders and multiple local builders that have entitled approximately 3,000 units. Some of the tracts remain dormant for several years and are now being revisited for development. With this increase, the city has experienced new development adjacent to existing neighborhoods and has brought on new opportunities and challenges. As a result, many residents who once enjoyed openness of the vacant property surrounding their or adjacent to their property are now seeing new homeowners and residents join their neighborhoods. And some have expressed concern over proximity of the new 2-story or 2nd-story neighborhoods. The purpose of the proposed zoning ordinance is to mitigate privacy impacts, as well as to soften the overall appearance as viewed from the adjacent neighbors' properties, and to promote neighborhood residential cohesiveness. The overall design, the overall ordinance has been crafted in a way to include multiple design techniques for home builders to provide them options to meet the intent of the ordinance, to mitigate privacy through building envelope, ways to reduce the appearance of mass, window placement and balcony placement to minimize sight lines, privacy planting opportunities, as well as establishing a minimum distance between structures. As we looked at different options, one of the options would be for the home builder to opt for an angled type of criteria where you would have an angled plane that would be measured from the rear property line. And the purpose of this measurement would be to establish a step back provision for upper floor additions. The angles could range between 20, 25 to 40-degree angles. And in this example, which is the most conservative, if you establish a 25-degree angle, this would ultimately result in a upper floor that's approximately 23 feet behind the facade of the first floor. This example also provides how far the upper floor would be to an existing residence. And in this case, this example provides where you have an existing single-story home. Both properties are on a similar lot size with a 20-foot rear yard setback. And in this case, it would be with the 25-degree angle would ultimately be a 63+ foot separation from the upper floor to the lower floor level. So what we did is looked at this as an option. We also looked at additional angles to see what that would look like and how that would impact development. So as your degree angles get higher, your upper floor will be closer to the existing residence. And in this example is 30-degree with a 55-foot separation. Here is a 35-degree angle in which you would have the upper floor would be stepped back 10 feet and a minimum 50-foot separation from the existing single-story home. You could even go higher with a 40-degree angle in which the home would be closer. The Planning Commission recommended the 35-degree angle as a baseline option with a minimum 50-foot separation between a 2-story home and a single-story. And this would just be one option contained within this ordinance. The ordinance also provides a twofold approach, which not only achieves mitigating privacy as well, but as also reducing the mass and scale as viewed from the neighbor without having a wall plane looming over their property. These are other examples of how that can be achieved through recessing the wall planes of the building. Another example would be a step back provision. There have been other cities that have applied this rule where you step back. For example, 1 foot of height would be 2 feet step back. And this is kind of an example of what the city of Beaumont has done and the city of Spokane, Washington, to try to step back and pull back that upper floor from the existing development. With that, a step back provision is recommended and crafted specifically for City of Hemet to include a step back provision option. For every 1 foot of building height, it would be stepped back 2 feet. So this would ultimately result in a no build envelope. And the area highlighted in yellow would be the area that would be no build. Anything beyond that point, the home builder could design and create an upper floor, which would give them potentially more leverage if that's what they chose to go with. Other options incorporated into this ordinance includes establishing window placement, window offsets, landscaping, providing obscure opaque windows, high windows and clear story windows, and louvers to provide screening and mitigating privacy. Landscape treatment can also be a mitigating measure to provide privacy. This option would require in many cases to be included with some of the other design options that are provided to the home builders. When necessary, there would be a requirement to provide trees within a 30 degree angle area between the windows to buffer sight lines between the properties. This application could also give the option to allow the affected property owner to allow landscaping on their property in lieu of on the subject property that's under construction. This would also include the recordation of a landscape easement with the county recorder. And the minimum tree planting height would be 12 feet at installation. And finally, one of the criteria that is included as an option or as a recommended baseline would be that a minimum 50-foot separation between new 2 stories and existing single-story homes from any bedroom in the existing single-story from the existing single-story home, unless it is not an unless there are clear store windows or there's substantial screening that would minimize any potential impacts. The proposed amendment is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act in accordance with section 15061B3 of the CEQA guidelines. And in that this is a text amendment and it does not involve a physical change to a property. The the proposed project was advertised in the Press Enterprise 10 days prior to the hearing on February 10th, 2022, and no communication has been received in favor or in opposition to the request. This concludes my presentation. It is respectfully recommended that the City Council open public hearing, take testimony, and waive full reading of the ordinance, introduce the ordinance to the City Council for zoning ordinance amendment 21-006.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Are we able to ask questions?
Yes.
I have a question for you. Does this mean that the builder has to redesign all their homes in order for it to fit this configuration? And is that going to cost the homeowner additional money to buy a home? Yeah, I have a son buying a home. It's almost $500,000 here. And if he's got to pay for more designs for the home builder to redesign it, I can see his cost going up. So is there a cost to all this to the builder?
It is likely that a home builder has a product that they can incorporate that fits within this design criteria. This would only impact the bordering properties that are adjacent to existing residents. Now, the home builder may need to provide screening, additional screening or landscaping, or modified window treatments. So it is possible that some modifications may be required, but these requirements are consistent with other municipalities and what they require for mitigating privacy.
I remember I was asked to go to a building project that was being done in my district, the DR Horton project. I think it may be before you were here, but those residents were very concerned about the homes that were going in right next to the one-story houses. And they came to council and we did nothing. If we do something tonight, then are we going to be liable to those people? Because how, you know what I'm saying? How can we approve this right now and then we kind of just let them be stuck? And that's not fair. How are we supposed to answer that for them?
For the home builders.
Yeah.
For the residents that came and complained and they asked for us to do this for them and we didn't.
Mayor, perhaps on the liability question, I could respond to that.
That'd be awesome.
I don't believe there's any significant threat of liability from neighbors of existing projects. I mean, that doesn't mean someone can't sue the city for whatever they want to sue the city for. I don't expect it. I know the project you're talking about. I've looked into it. Almost all of those homes, I say almost all of those homes, there was one notable exception. The builder was able to put in a single family floor plan. And to answer Councilmember Males's question, what impact could this have on the builders? I can tell you, in my year here, I've attended the majority of the planning commission meetings of the city, and including those for design review, which is they've already got the map, they've already got the infrastructure, they're ready to go, and they come in with the plans for the homes that they intend to build, and the neighborhood shows up because of these sort of looming second story built houses that are being built 20, 25 feet from the back property line. And that's very late in the development cycle for our developers to find out that there's going to be a significant issue. And the Planning Commission has repeatedly worked with the builders to get in alternative products that they have that meet those criteria. But I'm not going to lie, it's been painful to get that to happen. And I think that was the real impetus behind this ordinance, was instead of on a project by project basis, dragging each project through, trying to figure out a way to get everything to work, giving sort of objective guidelines from the council that this is how, we're not taking away two-story buildings, they're still possible, but you're going to have to respect the privacy of the existing neighborhood. And I think that was the purpose of the ordinance, was to give them that warning in advance. So when they're putting together their product mix to bring it to the Planning Commission, they know that they're in compliance with the desires of the community, instead of finding out when they show up at the meeting and there's 15, 20 people here who are really upset about the project.
So this is to mitigate those type of situations.
This is to be both for the neighborhood to protect their privacy, but also to be a good business partner for our developers so they know what the expectations are.
Thank you. And good presentation. Very good presentation. And I'm really glad that we're looking at something like this, because it does level the playing field. And it tells developers and the BIA and everybody, these are the rules going forward for two-story next to existing, not necessarily in the new project. Because if you buy a single story in a new development, a single story next to a two-story, knowing that two-story is there, then you've made your decision. But an existing development and a new development, I think, needs to be separated. And that's what this does. And I'm glad that we didn't hear anything from the BIA or any of the developers, which means they do this in other communities. So now they have to do it here. But I do have a question. What is the actual definition of the word adjacent to?
Well, I think there's the definition that most of us have. And then there's the definition that a developer might push in a specific circumstance. And I anticipated this issue coming up. Like I said, almost all of those homes in that community were single story. And so I think that, one of the things that I would propose is an addition to the ordinance. So it's section 90-315, subsection G3, and then add subdivision F to that. And what my recommendation would be to add the following language that I've emailed to the city clerk so he doesn't have to write it down. For the purposes of this section, the term adjacent to a single story home shall mean property that shares a boundary with, including at a point, any property that contains an existing single-story structure zoned and used for residential purposes. And I think that that would address the issue that we've seen come up in other circumstances.
Yeah, it's always the exception that if you have your square or rectangular lots and everybody is happy, and then all of a sudden you get a pie-shaped lot on a cul-de-sac that doesn't fit the bill, and you can have your interpretation, and I think we need to be very clear
It is
exactly
those
what that means.
cul-de-sac lots that cause that particular issue. So I think by including the language at a point, I think we will make that very clear that if they touch, then they are adjacent for the purposes of this section.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments?
Just a clarification. So in your presentation, you showed us a number of alternatives with 25-degree angle, 35-degree angle, and then some other alternative mitigations. Are all of these going to be allowable options? So based on a proposed development, they would have the option of presenting a project that meets any of that criteria. So those are all alternatives that they can utilize to be in compliance.
Yes, that is correct.
Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? City Clerk, I'm going to open up public hearing now. Are there any requests to speak?
There's no registered public comments on the speaker cards, but I do want to open it up for the Zoom participants. If there's anyone who'd like to speak, right now is the time to speak on this item for 13B. So raise your hand now. We'll give you just a moment. Seeing none, Mayor, there's no public comment. I stand corrected.
Members of the council, my name is Terry Larned, and I live on the border of Hemet and San Jacinto. And I have a new bunch of homes coming in. New Century Homes are now building 154 homes right behind my house. We have been trying for the last year and a half to meet with the developers and let them know about, find out what they have planned for that. And they have yet to respond. We were supposed to have a meeting with them about 4 months ago, and they never responded to us. They said, oh yeah, we'll come there and we'll be there in September. Well, that never happened. And they would not answer our calls. And now we find out through the San Jacinto Chamber of Council, City Council, that they are building those homes. And they're in the final stages, and they're supposed to break ground sometime next week. And yet they have not given any kind of notice to anybody in the area along Hewitt or along Terrace Drive where I live. And we're just fit to be tied. And because we're in Hemet and we can't do anything about it because that's in San Jacinto. And we have no idea what kind of homes they're going to be putting in there. We don't want 2-story homes blocking our view right there against my fence, my back fence. We have an access road that we need, and that's used for utilities and also for us when we bring in feed for our horses. And we don't know whether that's going to be there or not. We are being frustrated. We've been trying to get with the city council. They say, oh, nothing's been coming up. We don't have anything planned, and yet now they do. And I don't know what the city of Hemet could do because like I say, I'm on the boundary, and I brought it up to you guys in the past. So it's frustrating to know now that they say, well, we don't have any opposition or anything. We're going to do this and no one's come forward and everything. Well, we've been coming forward for quite a while and to no avail. It irritates me that we are not being heard. And I don't know if the city of Hemet can do anything because we live in the city of Hemet, and San Jacinto, they're just kind of thumbing their nose at us. I've been working with Brian Hawkins, the city council over there, and he says, oh, there's nothing on the planning commission. Nothing's been submitted, and yet they've approved it and it's in the final stages. So that's even more frustrating because I just found this out the other day when Rob Johnson, whatever his name is, for the city manager for San Jacinto went online. He was giving recaps of what was going on at the city council meeting. And their city council meetings, they don't have open like we do. Everything is online because they don't have a public forum yet. So again, it's frustrating. I don't know what the city of Hemet can do, but because there's a lot of us on that street that are complaining we want something done. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry Lauren. Do I have a motion? Wait, I have to close it. Okay, so we're going to close the public hearing and then bring it back to council.
Okay.
Is there any more comments or questions? Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we introduce, read by title only, and waive further reading of the ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet, amending various sections of Chapter 90 zoning of the Hemet Municipal Code, second story design criteria for residential construction, including the item 90-315- something something -E, and with the addition of F. Is that right? Was that close?
I think it could be with the amendment recommended by the city attorney.
We'll leave it at that.
City clerk has that one.
You don't want that. Okay, that's the motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember Brown, Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Bales,
Yes, as long as it gets amended with the attorney's information that he spoke of.
Mayor Pro Tem Meyer, Mayor Lilienthal,
Yes.
and that motion is to introduce and read by title only and waive further reading of the ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet, California, amending various sections of Chapter 90 zoning of the Hemet Municipal Code, second story design criteria for residential construction, as amended to include 3F. For the purpose of this section, the term adjacent to a single story home shall mean property that shares a boundary with, including a point, at a point, any property that contains an existing single story structured zone and used for residential purposes. That motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor and city attorney, would it be appropriate at this time to ask staff to reach out to the staff with the city of San Jacinto and see if we can help facilitate some improved communication?
I wrote it down on my side, so we'll do our best to facilitate a conversation with our neighbor.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to skip a couple of items for the sake of time, and not meaning that I won't come back to them. But let's go to item number 14, receive and file.
So Mayor, we do anticipate that this presentation will take more than a few minutes related to the annual financial report. And so I know you do have a public hearing scheduled for 8 o'clock. So it might make sense to not start this one and then jump into the redistricting item. But it is the council's pleasure. I'm just wanting to give the heads up that this will take more than a few minutes.
Okay, let's go to item number 15, consent calendar. So all consent calendar items will be acted upon simultaneously unless requested by an individual council member for separate consideration. Are there any members of the council that would like to pull any consent items for separate consideration?
I don't want to pull any items, but I do want to put on the record that any vehicles purchased with Measure U money have a sticker affixed to them where they can be basically seen. So we're talking about vehicle purchases, correct? I just want to make sure any vehicle we purchase with Measure U money has a sticker on it stating that it's purchased by Measure U.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I would like to pull 15B, please. This is going to be pretty exciting, but if you notice in the staff report, we have a message in here. I feel that this is extortion to the city council. I've been elected to sit up here and vote and not to be told by Governor Newsom that I need to vote a certain way in order to not be penalized by his little group of people up there. If he wants to start listening to my opinion on his votes, then maybe we could have a quid pro quo here. But I don't think that's the case. So it is highly inappropriate what he has put in here. He's signed in SB 619 into law to support local governments as they design and implement successful organic waste recycling programs throughout the state. So we are worried because that we won't be able to implement this because all the trash cans are stuck on some container, probably in Long Beach. And so we can't get them in order to put this into place. So if we say that we really want to, then he won't penalize us if we send him a nice little declaration. But I cannot support him in this because he has not supported me in his actions this year. And I think that he has quite a surplus up there right now. And he doesn't want to, I've called his office actually, and he does not want to help us with homeless projects. And we have worked on things with them and it's quite frustrating. So maybe he wants to come down and have a little tour of Hemet. So I'll be calling his office tomorrow.
All right. I'm going to take a break from the consent calendar and go back to 13A to conduct a public hearing and receive direction regarding the redistricting process for the city of Hemet city council boundaries.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And Stephanie Smith has made her way to the podium. She's the Director of Election Services for BB&K, the city's redistricting vendor. And so I'll pass it off to Stephanie to continue the presentation.
Thanks, John. It's a pleasure to be back with you today on Tuesday. It's a great day. This is the third of 4 required public hearings. And today we're going to just take a quick look at the process again, look at some draft maps, and then we'll go over those next steps in the future hearings. So very briefly, because the redistricting process is really designed to be interactive with the public, a little bit of this is going to be repetitive, but I'll try and get through some of the stuff that you've seen before. Council members hold 4-year terms. You switch to districts in 2016. Districts 2 and 5 will be on the ballot this fall in 2022, and districts 1, 3, and 4 will be on the ballot in 2024. And the process consists of, as I mentioned, 4 required public hearings. You have a first public hearing where you just a general overview of what redistricting is and to let the public know that this is happening. And then you can either direct your consultant to draw draft maps and bring them back at public hearing number 2, or you can have a second public hearing, which is again designed to go over what your city's looking at in terms of your demographics, let the public know this is happening, and then they can draw maps that come at hearing number 3, which is where we're at this point. We did hold a workshop After the second public hearing, we showed the public how to draw draft maps. What was really great is it was very well attended, I thought, for being just a few days later that we put it together. Staff was great. And I thought it was very well attended. And we actually got a draft map out of it. So I was very excited about that. So we have public hearing number 3, where we're going to talk about the draft maps, and you can direct them to be revised, or you can ask for additional maps. And then we'll come back at public hearing number 4, and hopefully the council can identify a preferred map tonight or with very minor revisions. So when we come back at hearing number 4, we'll introduce the ordinance that approves your final map for adoption. And redistricting is really governed by 3 sets of rules. The first one is federal law, and that is the Equal Population Clause that comes from the U.S. Constitution, that it's one person, one vote. So the districts must be equally populated. Now, there is a room for some leeway there, and the Supreme Court has ruled that a deviation of 10% or less is deemed substantially compliant, substantially equal in population. So if we can get the deviation under 10%, then that criteria has been met. The second one is the Federal Voting Rights Act, where we cannot intentionally draw districts that diminish or dilute minority votes. And then also we're required to look at the makeup of your population and determine, do we have the ability to create a district that is a majority minority voting district? And if we have the ability to do that without violating any of the other principles in terms of racial gerrymandering, then we have an obligation to do so. And then that's second bullet still disappears. We just don't know why. But California criteria for cities, that's the Fair Maps Act. It requires that the districts be geographically contiguous, that they be compact, they recognize communities of interest, that they make sense to the average person looking at them. And then lastly, once we've met federal and state law, we have these other traditional principles that really come from Supreme Court or federal court cases. And essentially, we want to minimize the number of voters that get moved from one election cycle to another. So really the goal is to move as few voters as possible to avoid pushing someone from a 2022 cycle to a 2024 cycle. And then secondly, we like to respect the voters' choice. They have elected all of you, and the continuity of office concept. So we would never intentionally put maps forward that paired council members against each other or drew someone out of a district. That can't be a deciding factor, but if all of the other criteria are equal, it's something that could be looked at. You can look at future population growth, but only under very limited circumstances. Essentially, and I think we've discussed this before, but things have to be entitled, permits pulled, sticks out of the ground, and really trying to achieve some other purpose, because it's really an imprecise metric. If you look at it, yes, you have a development that may be approved, it may be entitled, they may actually be building. Let's say that you expect 1,000 people to move into that residential neighborhood. My question to everyone would be, well, how do I allocate them? What is the ethnic makeup of the buyers? We don't know. How many children do they have? We don't know. And so it's a very imprecise metric. So using that to count towards population to balance your districts is imprecise. And that's why it can only be used in limited circumstances. And then lastly, we try and preserve the core of existing districts. The original map was drawn, you have existing districts. It wouldn't be prudent to completely redraw the map and create all new boundaries that don't have any correlation to the existing districts. And again, those are principles that have stemmed from federal court cases. So this is what your existing districts look like. They are relatively compact. They are definitely contiguous. You do have one section in District 2 that's non-contiguous because you have a little bit of land that doesn't touch the rest of the city. And then along the area of District 5, you have that, I like to call that the key, a very in and out jagged edge, but that's just your jurisdictional boundary. So there's nothing we can do about that. And here are your existing boundaries with the 2020 census data. And the important thing to note, 2 things. Number one, your total deviation is 8.65%. So you already meet the criteria of substantially equal population under federal law. The second really important issue is whether or not you have the ability to create a majority minority district. And last time that I was here, and that's the CVAP population is that metric that we look at. And that stands for Citizen Voting Age Population. So these are US citizens over the age of 18. Now, when I was here 2 weeks ago, we talked about whether or not you had majority minority districts. And looking at your districts, you currently do not have any districts where a minority makes up the majority of the population under the CVAP metric. Now, it is possible that you have a district where they're the majority perhaps in total population, but not under the CVAP metric, which is what the courts look at to determine if it's a majority minority district. So then we look to whether or not we can draw a map that way. And if you look at your CVAP population, I pull out the CVAP Hispanic for reference, because if you look at all of the others, it is the single highest minority demographic. And it's really, whereas there are a few districts where it's close, but in many of your districts, the CVAP non-Latino white is almost outnumbers the CVAP Hispanic by 2 to 1. So it may very well not be possible to create a majority minority voting district here in Hemet. It is something that we look at with the maps. We're still looking at it, but it is not something that may be able to be achieved. And that's okay, because the law requires us to conduct the exercise. It requires us to look at the possibility. But if we can't do it without gerrymandering a district, then you're not required to do that. So your total deviation is at that acceptable range. It's below 10%. They may be adjusted for population balance if you chose to do so, and creating a majority minority may be possible. Districts 1 and 5 have majority Hispanic voting age population. Those are 18 years of age or older, but not citizen voting age population. But note, because no district has a majority of citizen voting age population. And by that, I mean 50% plus one person. So when we draw district boundaries, we look at these non-negotiable preeminent considerations. First of all, equal population. The second being that racial minority voice, we look at that. Are they geographically contiguous? And they must be measured objectively. Then we move to these kind of things that we would like. We have the things we must have, then these are the things we sort of would like to look at. Communities of interest, planned communities, gated communities, areas around mobile home parks, areas around schools, any community that has a shared common interest. So we look at those, and then also the geographic integrity of that district and the compactness, meaning what does the shape look like? Is it this really crazy shape, or is it a square, a rectangle, something that makes sense? We also can look at political boundaries like school attendance areas, or as I mentioned last time, any other special districts. If you had a small water district or something in the city, we might want to try and keep it in one council district. We have a couple of map options for you. 2 of them were prepared by us. One of them was submitted by a member of the public. And after I go through the static images, I'm going to jump to the online view that lets us zoom in and get a clearer picture of it. So map option 1 looks very similar to your existing districts. And when I go to the online tool, I'll show you how closely they relate to each other by overlaying the existing boundaries. The interesting thing about this, we didn't have to move a lot of people to take the deviation from 8.6 down to 2.79. Didn't require a lot of change, but we were able to lower that deviation considerably. Again, looking at this under the CVAP, we just don't have a district where the CVAP Hispanic is 50%, and it doesn't appear. I mean, it's a considerable gap between the non-Latino white and the Hispanic. So that total deviation is definitely below the acceptable range. It moves a minimal number of residents. Districts 2 and 3 actually remain unchanged. They are exactly the same as they are today. It does retain the core of your existing districts. It's compact and contiguous, excluding that little island in District 2. And it says drawing a majority minority may be possible. We're trying everything possible, but we're just not getting there. Here's map option 2. Looks very similar to map option 1. It moves a similar small amount of people, but just a different in different sections. And this one takes the deviation even lower to 1.57. District 2 is unchanged. It retains that core. It's compact and contiguous. And again, we're still looking at the possibility of majority minority. So map option 3 was submitted by a member of the public. And you'll notice that looks considerably different than your existing boundaries. It has a much different view. It's substantial. All of the districts are substantially different than they are currently configured. It has an 8.23 deviation, so almost what your existing deviation is. It is an acceptable deviation at 8.23. It moves a significant number of people. All the districts are drawn to varying degrees, and it's somewhat compact and contiguous, but we continue to do that full demographic analysis. Tonight, we basically still want to hear from the public about what neighborhoods they'd like to see kept together. Are there any other areas that the council would like to see? We would welcome comment on the draft maps. And then basically, again, to remind the public that they can still submit a draft map and can still participate by coming and speaking. After tonight's hearing, we'll revise any proposed maps at council's direction. We're going to continue look about a majority minority voting district, but we've been doing that for about the last 8 days, and it's been very challenging. The maps that come up are not clean, they're not compact, and some of them aren't contiguous. So we just don't think that's going to be a valid exercise. Where do we get our info? A lot of people want to know that. The demographic data from the U.S. Census Bureau. We rely on staff. In the absence of any strong public input, then we'll talk to staff. What tell us? They're the most experienced, your planners, your police officers, your firefighters, they know the town. And so we'll talk to staff and find out, are there neighborhoods that we've divided that perhaps we should be keeping together? We welcome the public's input. We try and rely on that. And then of course, at the end of the day, you are the final decision makers. So we always want to listen to council's input. After today, we'll have the opportunity to evaluate continually any publicly submitted maps. We'll come back at hearing 4 with continued review. The council tonight could select a preferred map. You can say, you're not making a final decision, but you could say, I'm leaning toward map number 2, or I'm leaning toward our current map. You could do that tonight. And what we will, if that is the case, then what we would do at public hearing number 4 is we would bring back the ordinance that approves the final map. And the reason that that's important is because when we look at this timeline, we are getting, I won't say dangerously close to the deadline of April 17th, but ordinances do require 2 readings. So we have to have that introduction of the ordinance, and then we'll have to come back at a subsequent meeting for adoption on consent, likely. But it still needs to be, it still needs that 2 hearing process. So our next public hearing is scheduled for March 8th. And that would be hopefully, if council can identify a preferred map tonight, when we select that final map and introduce the ordinance. And it could be maybe 2 maps. Maybe you're leaning towards 2 different versions, and we could bring both of those back for that 4th public hearing and still introduce the ordinance. So I'm going to really quickly switch to the Google tool. Okay, so this is the existing boundaries. This is the current boundaries, and I'm going to just start laying the map options on top of that. So that's map option 1. You can see it's very, very, very similar to the current boundaries. I'm going to zoom in, and you'll be able to see where the changes are. So we have just a little bit of population here and a large geographic area, but not a lot of population area here. And that is essentially the only change from your current boundary map. And in making those 2 very small changes, we take a deviation from 8.64 down to 2 and change. So that's map option 1. So this is map option 2, and you can see, again, it's 2 fairly small changes. They're just different changes than map option 1. We have this area here. In your current map, this area belongs to District 1, and in our option, it's in District 5. And then down here, you have this area is in District 5 currently, but we're moving it to District 4. So that's the most significant of the options in option 2. So you can see that when I put option 3 up, that is the one that was submitted by a member of the public. There is significant change, Every single district experiences some change. It moves a lot of voters. It also moves some voters from a 2022 election cycle to a 2024 cycle. So it delays some voters. It also has some less than ideal compactness issues. District 4 is not terribly compact. It's got a lot of jagged edges here that you don't see in the other options. But it's certainly a legally compliant map. It meets the deviation, and it's certainly available for the council's consideration. So with that, that's the conclusion of my particular presentation. I'd be happy to zoom in on any particular map option if you wanted, or we can wait until after the public speaks, however you'd like to do it.
Thank you for this presentation. I have some thoughts, but do you guys have any comments? Okay. With no comments or questions right now, I'm going to open up the public hearing now. City Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. There's no registered public comment, but I'd like to open it up to the Zoom participants. If there's anyone who'd like to speak now, now is the time to raise your hand, and we'll give you just a moment. Seeing none, Mayor, there's no public comment.
Okay, I'm going to close public hearing and bring it back to council.
Questions, if I may? Thank you for that presentation. On the CVAP age, you indicated those 18 and older. When is the point in time of the age 18? Was it when the census was taken or the date of the election in November?
When the census was taken.
So there actually could be more voters coming up than.
There could be. There could be, but we're required by state law to use the census data from the decennial census.
Okay.
So to estimate how many voters might be coming, of age, if you will, and then where do they live? It's not something that we would have the ability to identify that metric.
Okay, alrighty. And the other, which one of the, I don't like map 3. I think that disrupts a whole lot of people, a lot of voters. But as far as 1 and 2, which one disrupts the least number of voters in the next cycle?
Just number one moves the fewest number of voters.
And the number 1 map has the lowest deviation?
Number 2 has the lowest deviation. You get a lower the more people you move, the lower the number comes. Although that wasn't played out in option 3 because it just moved all around the city. But the more shift that you make to in terms of large scale populations, typically the lower deviation you have.
Are there any other questions or comments?
I am pulling up a section of my district on this map, on my map here. Looking at these maps, I think, unless you can get a minority majority district, we would love to do that. I think that my opinion would be just to leave them the same as what they are. It has taken us this entire time since 2016 to educate people on the districts. And so they don't understand why they don't get to vote for everyone. And so we really appreciate you putting on that workshop. You did a great job and in such short notice. So thank you.
Yes, and thank you for the excellent presentation. I think it was very valuable, and anybody that hasn't been exposed to the process is much more informed now. So thank you very much for the time and also for doing that public workshop. I think I'm inclined to agree with Carly for a couple of reasons. One, we're compliant with the law. So there is that aspect of it ain't broke, don't fix it. even though a couple of the options would give us a much smaller deviation, we are compliant. And I think the other reason is we kind of find ourselves in a unique situation where we implemented districts in a different time frame. So generally we're on a 10-year cycle of the census. And so we're finding ourselves having to revisit the districting issue sooner than 10 years. And you factor in the substantial development that is underway and being proposed, we can pretty much bet that the districts are going to change dramatically the next time we do a census. So, that leads me in my mind to just be content to leave the districts as they are, because we know that there's going to be a substantial change in a shorter period of time. So, and then we're into the 10-year cycle with the full 10 years to be looking at that. So those are just my opinions at this point.
I found that on option 1, for my district and District 1, the chunk that is changed, the area that is changed, is kind of like a corridor of businesses. It includes like a park, library, police station, fire station, and I think the neighborhoods maybe in this area, I don't know if they would benefit from having that change. So that's why I would prefer maybe keeping them the same. There's a lot of landmarks in that little lane.
Well, Florida Avenue is just a great demarcation, so to speak, of the
And
district
changing
and
it to
State
Latham
Street.
is, I mean, it's a good idea, but if it created our minority majority section, then I would be okay with that. But. So in the process, you'll continue to look for those?
We will.
even
If
though-
the council tonight is leaning towards their existing map as a preferred map, then we can plan on coming back in 2 weeks with that map as in the ordinance. But we're going to continue between now and the time that we have that hearing to play with the geography of the city. And it's an interesting exercise as well, because the District 1 goes very far east in a very narrow way. And so it's hard to keep contiguity if you do anything different with District 1 than was done to begin with. And so it's a challenge. It's a challenge. And then, also we keep it to census blocks, the smallest unit of measurement, and the census blocks sometimes don't cooperate with us in terms of what we want to put in a particular district. And so now you can split census blocks, but that becomes an imprecise exercise as well, especially if a census block has a very high minority population. You wouldn't want to split that. You would want to include it all in one, because if you split it, you don't know what the division is, right? How many non-Latino whites versus how many non-Latino Black versus how many Hispanic. So it's you definitely want to keep your census blocks together. And so our mappers, they call me every day because I ask them, have you had any luck with Hemet? And they say, Stephanie, this is a very interesting city, the way it's laid, just the geography of the city. Right. And so we will continue. And if something were to change, we were able to identify a way to create a district that was majority minority, then we will definitely include that at the 4th public hearing for you to consider in addition to your existing map. But if what I'm hearing is if the council's leaning towards the existing map, then we can definitely move forward with bringing that back for adoption at the next public hearing.
Any further comments or questions? Do I have a motion or direction? No, I need a motion.
I'll move that we ask BB&K to bring back the existing maps while they continue to look for a majority minority district in our city.
And I'll second that.
City clerk.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Meyer, second by Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Mails.
I'm kind of trying to figure this out. How much money did we spend to go through all this, and then we're going back to the same thing?
Still required.
$100,000 spent, and we
Oh.
just have the same thing. But I'll say yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meyer,
Yes.
Mayor Lowenthal.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0 to direct the city's consultant to approve the current maps as they are and approve to readopt their existing district boundaries and continue the public hearing process with additional provided draft maps. Is that correct?
They'll continue searching for the majority minority district in the city.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go back to consent calendar. Okay, I think we were on you pulling 15B. And telling us about your disdain for our governor.
Can I add something to Carly's statement?
Yes, ma'am.
I had this conversation. Well, thank goodness CR&R is their employees are coming back to work. I mean, all of my trash cans were picked up within 2 days this week. So that was a major step forward with their being able to get their employees back. But the comment that I heard was, well, if your trash company doesn't pick up your trash, you're going to get fined by the state of California for having trash out there and all of this other stuff. And it's like, well, isn't this interesting? If our trash isn't picked up, it's because Governor Newsom put his edicts through that prohibited people to come to work if they, had a temperature or were feeling good or whatever the whole thing is, which eliminates people to come to work. He's setting forth these laws that we have to have this new organic recycling thing, which is going to cost everybody money in the long run. And if recycled materials are sitting on a ship someplace between here and China, since we can't get rid of China, then we're going to then be penalized $10,000 a day in penalties because we have trash sitting on our streets. This doesn't make sense. That's my personal opinion. I saw the look on your face. I mean, it does not make sense. And I've heard of the imposition of penalties and fines and everything on cities that don't abide by these stupid.
And what judge is going to say, oh, your recycle bins are sitting out in the ocean?
Yeah.
Sorry, that's not your problem, Hemet.
Yep, that's exactly right.
I don't think that they're going to.
So can we incorporate that into our statement of we'll try to comply, but it's not our fault? It's the governor's fault for having all of these stupid laws? And I'm sorry, I would probably
to
don't
know how
expect
we
an
want him
answer
to
on that.
vote.
The city manager, I think, is avoiding eye contact on that one. I think the very purpose of SB 619 is a recognition at the state level that SB 1383 that the legislature in their wisdom came up with back in 2018 is perhaps unworkable in the current environment with COVID and with the supply chain issues. I've gone through jurisdictional review in front of CalRecycle, representing agencies that have not complied with the various programs and regulations that they've come up with. It's a very serious process. The fines do get levied. That isn't to say that we wouldn't have a leg to stand on, especially when it comes to not having the 3 containers out in time. And I think that was the intent of staff in bringing this item forward. This is an opportunity for the city to say, we're doing everything we can to keep up with the regulatory environment that the state is coming up with every couple of years. But at this time, we simply can't. We're doing our best. And this will shield us from incurring those fines. And so I think it's perfectly to pass a resolution with a note that the council has adopted these programs on, under
duress.
protest.
Yeah, it's under protest.
But
And I don't believe that it is okay for anyone, any elected official or body of government to tell other elected officials how they are going to vote. It doesn't work like that. That's not how government works. I mean, maybe he skipped school. I know that it used to be a requirement for high school, but they've taken history out of all of our schools. And so see what it does.
As a city attorney, obviously, I'm a firm believer and champion of local control. We don't just see this in solid waste. We see it in local zoning and housing policy. So it is certainly the tenor coming out of Sacramento is edicts and regulations that are applicable throughout the entire state. But the purpose of this resolution is to shield us from those penalties.
I understand, but I have promised the governor that I will vote no on everything that he puts on me and tells me how to vote. So that's going to be my vote.
Are any other items you want to pull? Do I have a motion to accept the others?
I move approval on consent calendar item 15A and 15C.
Second that.
City Council, you can cast your votes.
Oh,
Motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Mayor Pro Tem Meyer. That motion passes 5-0 to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item 15B for separate consideration.
Okay, what are we gonna do about 15B?
All right, 13B. I move that we,
got to protect the city.
yes, I move that we approve it. And please vote your heart, your conviction.
Second.
You can cast your votes.
Can we add the caveat that we all talked about? I mean, we need to send a message that yes, we're protecting the city because that's our fiduciary responsibility to protect the city, but we disagree with so much of this stuff that's going on.
I think if you want to add something to the resolution, it's probably a good idea to have that language stated. I'm getting the temperature of the council. Perhaps we could add a whereas the city council of the city of Hemet objects to the imposition of fines on local agencies under SB 1383 based off of broad mandates from the state legislature.
Yeah.
That works.
I hope
Open
the
up
city
our-
got that because
yes.
We'll get
Got
it.
it.
Yeah. Yeah. Fighting so many of these things.
I just need Councilmember Mail's vote to cast.
Did we have a second on that? Oh, you seconded.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Meyer, second by Councilmember Brown. That motion passes 4-1 with Mayor Pro Tem Meyer in opposition.
Go back to public hearings now.
Okay, let's move to 13D. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet, California, approving zone change 21-004, amending the official zoning map to change two zone district designations of 33 parcels totaling 25.06 acres to change the office professional and general commercial zones to multiple family zones.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. I'm Dave Leonard, contract planner for the city. I'll be presenting this case with more state mandates. There'll be a slight deviation to the presentation from what's printed in the agenda, and I'll explain that as we go through the process. The strategic goal here is, as previously stated, was to ensure that Hemet is safe, clean, attractive, and comfortable for all who live, work, and visit. The operable sentence under item 1 is to convert blighted vacant land into multiple family residential housing and to maximize the use of available infrastructure. This is part of the SB2 planning grant program that's been underway with the city for about 2 years. It's an effort to streamline housing approvals and accelerate housing production. It also makes projects eligible for being processed under the SB 35 administrative review process, but not mandatory. This is what the planning consideration and action was. This is the aerial photo of what the Planning Commission considered, and that area has been, the area to the south has been removed as part of the application coming for you tonight. So you're only considering the north portion. The existing general plan and zoning is multi-use, and that designation would remain. This is the project information that indicates that it's the city of Hemet that's proposing it. The commission reviewed 33 parcels. The parcels we're asking you to consider was going to be pared down to 7 parcels. And instead of extending from the Hemet Vistas Apartments down to Oakland, it's going to be the northwest corner of Menlo and State Street. And this is the description of the project. What we'll be asking you to consider is the C2 or the area that is office professional to R3. We will not be considering the C2 to multiple family. This again shows the existing zoning. The office professional is at the north in the pink area. The commercial is to the south. The commercial would not be affected by the zone changes being removed. And then the Planning Commission in their deliberations asked that the Town and Country Mobile Home Park be removed from the zone change in order to keep that as potential commercial land over time to augment the residential around it. This is what we're really focusing on tonight. This is the north part that consists of 7.79 acres and 7 parcels. At first glance, you'll see that what appears to be 6 parcels, but there's a tiny sliver between the building that's just to the east of the zone change. That building is the office, the County Housing Authority administration building. Key thing about this parcel is Palm Communities has acquired this parcel of land, all 7 parcels from the Housing Authority. They intend to proceed with workforce housing as soon as the zone change is adopted. They have plans ready to go. We've been in discussions for quite some time with the applicant to proceed. And it could be processed as either an SB 32 for housing project and administratively processed, or go through the conventional process for affordable units, but not necessarily seeking the expedited review. Now we'll go through public hearings. This portion is no longer operative. Under this project is defined as a project under the California Environmental Quality Act. Therefore, the city did consult with or contract with CAS Consulting to prepare an initial study. The study determined that there's no evidence of any significant impacts. There's no mitigation measures being proposed. Therefore, a notice of intent to adopt a negative declaration has been prepared and circulated through the state clearinghouse. The Lake Hemet Water District doesn't have any jurisdiction in the area coming that we're recommending for you. A letter was sent to the affected property owners within the zone change area on December the 9th. There was advertised in the Press Enterprise, and the notices were sent to property owners within 500 feet of the site. Plus, we did the AB 52 tribal notice process, and the only one tribe responded. They were deferred to other local tribes. No other local tribes responded. This is the new information that was, well, this is not relevant to our discussion tonight. So we're asking that the city council
consider a zone change for only the northern portion from OP to multiple family. And that it consider only the 7 parcels totaling 7.79 acres. That you open the public hearing and take testimony and introduce an ordinance focusing on the 7 parcels over the 7.78 acres to the office professional to R3. This is the parcel that would be affected as noted before, and be happy to try to answer any questions the council has.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Let's open up public hearing. Can I have Mitch Slagerman?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Mitch Slagerman. I'm Vice President of Development for Palm Communities. As indicated, we are the owners of the subject property that is under consideration tonight. I'm here tonight to ask you to support the recommendation to change the zone, and want to thank the city generally for its efforts to look at areas in the city to site appropriate locations for higher density apartments. And you've identified, through this process, you've identified this site as one of those locations, and we appreciate that. We've been invested in this community for many, many years. We are the owners of the Hemet Vistas Apartments that are right adjacent to, using the city attorney's definition. And have been here for over 18 years, owning and operating that apartment complex. We want to build a newer, better project right next door and continue to manage both properties very effectively and give you a product that you'll be very proud of. Lastly, I'd like to compliment staff for their efforts, not only for the zone change, but through the objective design standards. I've been here before, I've addressed you on that. Staff has been very professional, competent, and available in taking input from us. I think if someone were to write a book about staff's performance, I think it'd be a bestseller. We certainly appreciate your efforts for the city to initiate this process. And again, I just recommend that or urge you to vote yes on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch. Okay, so is there anyone on teleconference or?
If there's anyone on the Zoom call that would like to participate for this item, now is the time to raise your hand. I'll give you just a few moments. Seeing none, Mayor, there's no public comment.
Okay, I'm going to close public hearing and bring it back to council.
Just that it's exciting. If this development is like your one in Moreno Valley that many of us have toured, it will be a fantastic project, and I look forward to it being completed.
Okay.
Yes,
I'm ready. I'm ready for you to break ground. So you said you're ready to go.
Yeah.
Yes,
We're excited.
And I will commend your organization on how what did you call it? What was the name of it? Hemet Vistas?
Hemet Vistas.
Okay, so I just know it as an apartment complex across the street from the courthouse. So the area looks very beautiful. And so I know if you can replicate it in another area, then it's just going to raise the beautification and go along with our strategic plan on how we're trying to eliminate blight in some of these vacant areas, so that we could eliminate also the piling up of illegal dumping. And so that area especially getting hit because they've torn down the fence, and it's not looking too good over there. So I'm glad that we can move forward with something that could be put there so that we can eliminate another area for blight and illegal dumping. So do I have a motion?
I will make motion to approve an ordinance of the Hemet City Council approving zone change 21-004, amending the official zoning map to change the zone district designations of 7 parcels totaling 7.79 acres to change the office professional zone to the multifamily R3 zone
I second it.
and waive. Oh, is that part of that? Waive further reading, read by title only, and yeah, all of that.
I second it.
And you got it.
All right.
Motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Mails. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Mails,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meyer,
Yes.
Mayor Lilienthal.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0 to approve staff recommendation to waive full reading, read by title only, and introduce an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet approving zone change 21-004, amending the official zoning map to change the zone district designations of the 7 parcels totaling 7.79 acres to change the office professional OP zone to the multiple family R3 zone and adopt the resolution.
Okay. So let's go back to 13C. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet, California, amending various sections of the Chapter 90 zoning of the Hemet Municipal Code for outdoor seating parklets for restaurants, including design criteria.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council and the community. I'm Monique Alanis Slater, Principal Planner. The item before you this evening is the parking exceptions for outdoor dining, zoning ordinance amendment 21-007. The proposed ordinance aligns with the council's strategic plan objectives, organizational effectiveness, and partnership and collaboration. The proposed ordinance aligns with evaluating existing and best practices, looking at our zoning code to improve the zoning code, to provide opportunities, as well as to include partnership and collaboration due to the impacts of COVID-19 and continued impacts to our local restaurants, allowing for outdoor dining options would support our community businesses. The proposed amendment is city initiated, and the locations of the amendment would impact citywide within commercial zoning districts, including specific plans. In March of 2020, the mayor and city council proclaimed a local emergency in connection with the novel coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. Subsequently, in July of 2020, the city council ratified the city manager's actions, allowing temporary uses of parking lot spaces associated with restaurants to be used for the placement of tables and chairs for outdoor dining under the the direction of the Hemet Municipal Code in compliance with the governor's guidelines. The project before you, or the amendment, seeks to amend the code to allow for outdoor seating parklets for restaurants within existing parking spaces, as well as allows for a more semi-permanent option for outdoor seating areas. The intent of the ordinance is to offer support to our community businesses, as well as to promote a creative way of activating underutilized commercial development, as well as enjoyment of the outdoor dining options for the community and the public. During the COVID pandemic, it took many communities a time to look at other options to allow outdoor dining. And in addition, during those recent restrictions, communities were looking at other ways of allowing outdoor dining options. And in these examples, we have the city of New York, city of Wisconsin, as well as other local communities such as the city of Palm Springs, city of Santa Monica, and the city of Laguna Beach and the city of Glendale to allow for a more temporary permanent option known as a parklet. A parklet is a semi-temporary area constructed on a raised platform, and it includes deck railing, shading, vegetation, landscape and lighting, outdoor seating opportunities for outdoor areas within existing parking spaces or existing right-of-ways. So what we did is we took a look at what other communities are doing nationwide and created crafted an ordinance that would allow and support outdoor seating within existing parking spaces, within a commercial center, also within perhaps the downtown, within existing parking spaces as a temporary use. And this would be a replacement to the existing policy that we have in place now for temporary use permits that allow outdoor seating with your a 10 by 10 or 10 by 20 tent seating area. This would be more of an aesthetic option and promote more revitalized commercial areas for bona fide restaurants, for coffee shops, donut shops, any type of food serving bona fide restaurant. It would be a temporary use permit. It would allow for a 1 year. It would be a 1 year term with the possibility of extensions. It would require written approval from all adjacent property owners and tenants of the commercial properties abutting or adjacent to the proposed outdoor seating parklet area. And it's also intended to be designed for quick removal upon expiration of the permit. As incorporated in this ordinance, we have site standards that would be applied to the outdoor parklet area. This would include allowing the parklet to be located within an existing parking space, up to 2 parking spaces. And it would have to also comply with various standards identified in the criteria, such as maintaining a path of travel accessible at all times, and not allowing obstructions within the existing sidewalk. There would be life safety components. A part of this process would require the Development Review Committee's approval with conditions of the parklet area, as well as providing appropriate buffers around the parklet and barriers that would support and protect the parklet area for outdoor seating. This would also include a provision that if it was to replace, if there was an existing ADA parking space that they would propose, they would have to replace it in another location that would be appropriate to the site. if they have an existing ABC license for the restaurant, they would have to obtain a special ABC license for the outdoor seating area. We've incorporated prohibited uses within the ordinance for clarity, that it is not intended that the outdoor seating area be for advertising, flashing lights, excessive decoration, pop-up tents, amplified sound unless it was approved through a special event permit, smoking, food trays or carts, and no food cooking, barbecue, outdoor barbecue area, and no food preparation. Some of the design standards that we've incorporated will provide a more aesthetic criteria for those who are interested in participating in this program. We are looking for quality materials. It would be required to provide a parklet-based design that incorporates high quality furniture, railing, safety elements, ensuring that stormwater is not impeded. So in this example, where we have this illustration, the parklet is on a raised platform, and it illustrates how below the parklet, there's area for drainage to run off underneath the parklet, as well as ensuring that the parklet is flush with the sidewalk and ADA and pedestrian pathways. The ordinance also includes options for shading and umbrellas, as well as landscaping and ambient lighting. Provisions of the ordinance include maintenance and responsibility, and as well as the option for revocation of the parklet permit in the event the applicant did not comply with the criteria or was not in compliance with the conditions of approval, or in a scenario where there is a health and safety risk. The project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA section 15061B3, in that it's a text amendment to our zoning ordinance and does not involve a physical change. The proposal was noticed in the Press Enterprise 10 days prior to the meeting on February 10th, 2022. No communication has been received in favor or in opposition to the request. This concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer questions.
All right, thank you. So let's open up public hearing.
If there's anyone on the Zoom call that would like to speak, now is the time to raise your hand, and we'll give you just a few moments. Seeing no one raise their hand, Mayor, that's the conclusion of public comment.
Okay, so let's close public comment and bring it back to council.
This is an annual permit that they acquire.
Yes, that's correct.
And what's the cost for the permit?
It would be subject to our temporary use permit fee. Which is approximately 300 and it's doubled since the original.
The temporary use permit application was approximately $150, but I believe that was increased recently with the fee exchange, so that's close to $300 in that range.
Every year? So every year.
If they would like to continue the operation, yes.
Do we currently have any businesses that are taking advantage of this?
This will be a new ordinance.
No, but during COVID, did we have any businesses that actually created a parklet in a parking lot?
I believe Tacos and Beer has a more permanent place up. Mhm.
Let me try to address that. The quick answer is yes. However, some of the restaurants did not go through the proper permitting process, so they were under still review. So if you see one out there, none of it has been approved by the city, but they have been utilizing and operating. We're still under review and process. So this was a way to bring back a method and an option for business owners to continue that operation legally.
Okay, now because the two that come to mind is Tacos and Beer and Lemongrass.
Lemongrass.
Lemongrass. Are they not bigger than 2 parking spaces?
They are. Again, city did not approve their operation for the outdoor seating. But I do, however, have some information that one of the restaurants will be removing the parking altogether because they're expanding on the interior. The other restaurant will do that in the future. And once they do that, they'll remove the parklet altogether.
Okay, and this does not apply or would not apply to those restaurants who actually have tables on sidewalks that are okay because there is still the minimum width of someone to get by.
That is correct. This is only applied to the actual construction of a parklet within a parking area.
Okay, all righty, thank you.
I noticed in your presentation, it said like no tents. So particularly the one at Tacos and Beer is, it looks like a pretty sturdy setup that they have, and that would not be legal.
That is correct. The intent would not to be allowed that type of design.
And why not? You know, like I cannot sit in the sun, so I
the-
couldn't go and, you know, just eat in any outdoor dining place.
Definitely. So the intent of the ordinance would be to be more in aesthetic. So there could be shading. There was an example provided in the illustration by the city of Glendale where they had like a sunbrella type of canopy design for shading. As long as it was aesthetic, it could be. And so shading is definitely a recommendation that be incorporated into the parklet.
I want to make sure I understood.
Councilmember Brown.
Last time we talked on this subject at council meeting, I asked the question if we had any complaints from adjacent businesses. There's that adjacent again.
That's a good word, isn't it?
About the loss of parking spaces. And you know, I find myself very conflicted on this whole issue. I recognize that during the COVID closures, it was a very viable option that allowed restaurants to stay in business and continue to keep their employees and generate revenue. I do know that there's many times in places where there's a limited amount of off-street parking, and even, you know, in some of the examples they've put these on public right away, and yet the examples that we're looking at are very attractive, but that they have a number of other modifications that have been done to the street that really make it more accommodating to a parklet. But I know that, you know, I have relatives who operate a business that sells food and beverages, and it's in an area where parking is restricted. It's in a different city. And I know that there's been a hue and cry in that particular business area of a lack of parking. And yet there were some businesses that were allowed to do substantial parklets that took away a number of parking spaces. And it's been to the chagrin of some of the other businesses. And yet they're still being allowed to keep those. That doesn't necessarily have any implication on us other than the fact that those things can occur. So that's where my confliction is. I certainly want to be supportive of anything that's going to help our business community. And then looking at the approval process, if I'm reading this correctly, that the initial approval would require the written approval from all owners of properties and tenants of commercial properties abutting or adjacent to the proposed parklet. So I think that's a really good feature to have, because it's their opportunity to share any concerns or grievance that they might have about it. But I am concerned too about the and the location that we're talking about, where Tacos and Beers is and Lemongrass. Those two structures take up an awful lot of parking in a parking lot that had very limited parking to begin with. And so I guess that's, kind of where my confliction comes from. But as long as it's annually renewable and it does require the written approval from their neighboring businesses, I guess I really can't have excessive heartburn over allowing this. But I just thought it was important to, publicly share, I guess, my thought processes and how I've been weighing all of the pros and cons of this. But I think if done right and aesthetically pleasing, it does benefit the business community. I do have one additional question. Would space heaters be permitted in these parklets?
They would be permitted, subject to the fire department's criteria.
Okay, so like the stand-up propane heaters. Okay.
City manager.
Mayor, thank you. One of the comments I wanted to add, two things actually. Wanted to commend community development for taking the lead back in 2020 now for doing the outdoor dining. We're close to 2 years ago now. So wanted to commend community development staff for that. The other thing that's really important for staff is to make sure that there's consistency and uniformity. And it goes back to the question regarding, well, they have this, they have that. It's really something that we want to make sure is embedded within the ordinance. So that's why we want to have criteria that we can definitively say, it met the criteria, and it's the council's weighed in on the policy itself. And now we're able to implement and roll out that program collectively across the board and in uniformity. So that's really what we're looking at, so that we're not holding different business owners at different standards, so that we are being mindful of protecting the public during the same time too, in the sense of making sure that whatever construction or building is out there meets the criteria that we need to ensure to protect the public. So that's really what we're looking at from the standpoint of the staff side: uniformity and consistency. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Chris.
And I also, just to dovetail on my previous comment about the utilization of the existing. So if I understood you correctly, the ones that we were discussing are not currently in compliance with what you're proposing. Because I think another critical component of this is the actual utilization, because I've noticed that those two restaurants, the outdoor dining is significantly underutilized from my personal observations, the times that I've seen it. And particularly when we get into our San Jacinto Valley summer months, outdoor dining is certainly less appealing. It was appealing to keep them open during the closures, but now that indoor dining is approved, I think, we need to balance that with the size and scope of any parklet.
Any other comments? If not, do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve it as presented.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Meyer, second by Councilmember Mails. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa, Councilmember Mails,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meyer. Lowenthal.
Yes.
That motion passes to waive full reading, read by title only, and introduce an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet, California, amending various sections of Chapter 90 zoning of the Hemet Municipal Code for outdoor seating parklets for restaurants, including design criteria, and that motion passes 5-0.
All right, now our last public hearing item, 13E.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the City Council, Monique Alanis Flater, Principal Planner. The specific plan amendment for you this evening is for the Downtown Specific Plan, SPA 22-001. The proposed specific plan amendment aligns with the economic opportunity development of business practices to welcome new development by streamlining processes, as well as to ensure that Hemet is a hub with access to quality jobs, shopping, and a very sustained tax base. The proposal is city initiated. The location is the downtown specific plan area. The specific plan amendment is to the downtown specific plan SP 16-001. There are 3 components to the specific plan amendment. And what I wanted to do is just to kind of give a background. The city has received several inquiries on possibilities of development proposals within the downtown specific plan. We've looked at, we've provided feedback and provided what the restrictions are in the downtown. As a result of these limitations, some of these parcels have remained vacant and underutilized over time. And the current proposal involves is threefold. It would include allowing for properties that are zoned office, professional, mixed use, to be to allow to have retail sales. Currently, retail sales, light retail service is permitted in the office professional, such as a barber shop, a salon, restaurant, a dry cleaning, dance studio, in those types of commercial uses. And this would provide for allowing for retail sales, which is only allowed currently on Florida Avenue within the office professional mixed use. This would allow for retail sales in the office professional mixed use on Santa Fe, as Santa Fe Street. The second amendment would include allowing restaurants with drive-throughs in the downtown village, subject to a conditional use permit. And the third would be a zone change for a property that's currently zoned institutional within the downtown to commercial to align with the zoning and the land use designation. The downtown specific plan is generally located central portion of the city, between Gilbert Street on the west and Santa Fe Street on the east, Oakland Avenue on the north, and Acacia on the south. The specific plan area contains the historic commercial core of the city, which was established in the early 1900s, and also includes the city city's Civic Center, Public Library, Historic Hemet Stock Farm, Hemet Museum, Santa Fe Educational Center, and historic residential neighborhoods. Within the boundaries of the downtown specific plan, the general plan land use map illustrates various land use designations, including mixed use, low medium residential density, commercial, as well as office professional. Within the downtown specific plan zoning area, we'll have 3 locations that we will focus on. One is the area A for properties zoned office professional on Santa Fe Street. The area delineated as B is the downtown commercial core area, downtown village, and to the edge of the development, the edge of the downtown on Gilbert Street, south of Florida Avenue, a triangular piece, which we will refer to as Project Area C. The amendment involves changing not the zoning of the specific plan, but rather allowing retail sales to be permitted in Project Area A for retail 20,000 square feet or less, not including vehicle parts sales, to be permitted on parcels fronting, which currently is allowed on Florida Avenue. The amendment would include Santa Fe Street in the office professional mixed use. And the intent behind allowing that is allowing more flexibility and providing our business and property owners more leverage with their properties to have more flexibility. Project Area B is within the downtown village, currently as illustrated in the diagram. The amendment would include allowing for restaurants with drive-through, subject to a conditional use permit in this area. There are areas that could be utilized that have been underutilized that may provide opportunity for land assembly for property owners and to have an opportunity to provide outdoor drive-through restaurants, which are in high demand. This is the project area illustrated for the downtown village, which is bordered by Inez to the west and West Kimball to the south, East Latham to the north, and Buena Vista and bordered to Buena Vista to the west. Project Area C involves a triangular parcel that is currently zoned institutional. It has was previously or has existed as a fueling station in the past, and currently zoned institutional, which is inconsistent with the land use designation of the property of commercial. The proposal involves amending the map to allow or to change the zone of this property from institutional to commercial to be consistent with the zoning and provide more flexibility for that property. The proposed amendments are consistent with the prior mitigated negative declaration for the downtown specific plan. They're consistent with the intent of the specific plan that was approved May 9th, 2017. The project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA guidelines sections 15162. A notice of hearing, the noticing was provided in the press enterprise 10 days prior to the holding of the public hearing on February 10th, 2022. To date, staff has received one letter in support for the rezone for institutional to downtown commercial from the SoCo Inc., the owners of the property located at 148 South Gilbert Avenue. This concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I have a question for you. Besides the notices that are in the newspaper, are the business owners that this affects contacted? Like the property owners? This is in my district, and so I feel obligated because I will get all the phone calls.
The noticing was in the newspaper.
So we don't send letters to the addresses of the affected properties?
Only when if it's affecting more, there's a threshold in which we are permitted by the municipal code to notify via the newspaper. However, in reviewing this, the property owners of the triangular piece, they are in support of the zone change. The properties for the office professional, those properties were not changing the zoning of the property, but rather adding an allowance for the permitted uses.
All right. Any other comments?
It makes me very leery to vote on this because, I mean, these people I have grown up with that own properties down here and I've gone to church with, and you know what I'm saying? And so when they come to me and say, how come there's a zone change and you didn't tell me? Then I feel like, you know, some of that I think should be on the city, not on me calling them. But I don't know. Sometimes I think we miss the point of communication. So that's just what I think.
So Mayor, maybe I can ask this question to the staff. What was the impetus for this change? And what do we expect to happen as a result for some of the property owners as a result of this change?
As we looked at the downtown specific plan and based off of the various recommendations or inquiries that we received by the public over time, evaluating and looking at what the downtown specific plan allows for, we realized that that there have been restrictions with the permitted uses within the downtown. And based off those opportunities, we have lost those opportunities, and which will basically not allow and be restrictive zoning. So what we've realized that it's not utilizing the highest and best use of the land. And so the intent of this specific plan amendment is to provide more consistency and opportunity to our development in the downtown core.
So I'm sorry. So it allows for additional opportunities that are currently restricted now. So what we can expect is some of the property owners to have more expanded opportunities for development. Is that what I hear you saying, Monique?
Yes.
We're opening doors. Opening doors.
Yes, that is
okay. I like it. That's good. I still don't like, even if we are opening doors, I still don't like that we don't communicate.
I think that's a great point that you raised, Mayor Pro Tem, and we can certainly see what we can do to improve our current practices because while we don't anticipate that there would be any sort of backlash on this specific item, I think in other instances we might have that. So I think it's a great point that we can certainly bring back on how to make that better, whether it's a resolution or a practice that we can say the City of Hemet Council does this in this manner.
On the noticing thing, you said it the only notice was in the newspaper. There was no mail delivery to any of the property owners that are in these areas?
That is correct. Is a newspaper noticing procedure for our municipal code. When you have a large area, it allows for a citywide type noticing.
We don't get the newspaper at our house anymore, so it's a good thing I don't own any land down there.
Most people don't, which is why the
Yeah.
city has always sent
Mhm.
letters to affected property owners. I think that is something we need to do.
So let me try to answer that a little bit better. The reason why we sent out a newspaper notice is that there are too many parcels involved. So we can get all of the property owners appropriately with the tenants. That involves the entire downtown specific plan area. So in those instances, the government code allows us to utilize a generally circulated newspaper to notify everyone. So it's not such a burden onto the city to notify every single one of the property owners as well as the tenants that we might miss someone. So this is like an overview or overall arching notification to the newspaper.
But if I was to come in and get a permit, I would say that that is an inconvenience to me. And so what if they turn around and said that to you? It doesn't work. It doesn't work for us. So this is us up here having to answer for our votes.
So here's something that I'll provide to the council. There's one property in particular that was the initial impetus for this. And it's a property, I believe, on Gilbert. The council could theoretically just talk about that specific item in and of itself, and we can have further discussion related to these other items if that's the council's desire. So really the impetus for this agenda item was one specific property, the Gilbert property, which council directed us to do. If the council desires, we can certainly just move forward on that specific Gilbert property and have additional conversation with the other ones if that's the council's wish.
And Mayor, if I could, as far as the Gilbert property goes, that property is fully aware
Well, yeah,
of
they're
this.
in support.
And they're in support. Their property is currently zoned public institutional, which means they can't use their property for anything except for fire station, library, or a park. It's unmarketable for them. And so the project area C, I would think is relatively uncontroversial and badly needed by that property owner. And in addition, we're simply zoning that one to be the same zone as all of the other surrounding properties. And so I think that if the council really had qualms about getting the word out for project areas A and B, I would still recommend seriously considering moving forward with that one parcel and getting that one taken care of.
I'd have to agree with you on that because I got calls on the C property also, and they wanted it rezoned. So that I'm pretty sure they're looking forward to a yes on that. The other ones, I think it benefits all the properties though. I know that they didn't notify people, but I believe just by what I see here that it benefits them because now they can open up different types of business, not just be restricted to one. So
That's a good point, council member. And that's really what the intent of this was to expand the opportunities because the feedback that we were getting was, well, I currently can't do anything the way that it's zoned currently. So if you look at it from a policy level, this is an economic development opportunity for the council to allow for more economic opportunity and economic development in these areas. So it's certainly that we can bring back at a future date. But the other side of it is that those properties that are currently there will remain zoned as it stands, assuming the council doesn't want to move on that. And so it will limit the city's ability to develop on those or have interested parties develop on that with these expanded opportunities. So the intent of this was to create additional economic development policy opportunities for the council, but the council can certainly ask for this to be brought back at a future time.
I also think it would clean up the city being able to build on your property and have more, a better advantage of creating something new. I think it would be a benefit and it would clean up the city.
I definitely agree. But I just feel like if the business owners don't know that their property is being voted on tonight, and that is their livelihood, and they own it, and they run a business, and they live on that, and then they get this in the mail, they're going to feel very disrespected by the city. And the next time they need a permit, they're going to tell us to stick it in our ear. And what would I say to them? You know what I'm saying? How would I argue or support them or support us in our actions? We've got to do something different with our communication, for sure. So.
Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, a question hypothetically, because what we're talking about is creating expanded opportunities for development. So if a property owner seizes that opportunity and wants to bring something forward, isn't there an additional notification process that people within a certain radius are going to be notified of that proposed development?
Correct. So if one parcel or few parcels are involved, then we would have to notify within 500 feet of that project site.
So if hypothetically, if we approve the staff recommendation and expand the development opportunities for parcels A, B, and C, and a property owner with that new latitude brings forward a project that they want to use their property to develop, the review process of that project includes additional notification of surrounding properties. So while this area didn't lend itself well to a good notification process through the newspaper, there is another level of notification if somebody is going to try to develop something, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
I would be okay making a motion to approve this. If we could send a letter out to all the affected businesses. Because I don't know how we expect to be respected in City Hall when we don't respect others. That is a big concern that I have. And I have to answer for these actions. So that's up to you guys can think about that.
But we're not taking away from them.
We're not
giving
taking-
them more.
Right, but they don't
Opportunity.
know that. And so this is going to be the element of surprise, and it's all in the presentation.
Yeah.
So, and it's about respect. I mean, is that something that's possible, you think, or not?
It's the council's desire. What we can do, as the city attorney and I have mentioned, we are encouraging the council to take action on the Gilbert property. If the council would like more time and each individual business owner to be notified of these proposed changes, we can certainly do that and then bring this forward at a future subsequent time, if that's the council's desire.
So
I think that would be a great idea because a notice of any kind affecting the zone, whether it's on your business for a business expansion or improvement or whatever, or on your home. Some of these are residential, these are houses.
Mhm.
All of these, I assume all the yellow ones are houses.
The houses are on Buena Vista and
Right, so this,
Yeah,
the
Oakland.
specific plan only is specific to the office professional mixed use zone properties on Santa Fe. It's just adding that street currently allows that use on Florida Avenue. But the way that the specific plan was crafted specifically restricted that street.
Okay, so if you go on the map on page 3 of 59 and look at, tell me what colors, we're going to have to go with colors. Tell me what colors are being affected. So I know the blue is school and hospital and government, the darker blue. Yellow is residential. That's not affected, correct? That's the map. There you go.
So the properties in light baby blue, light blue on Santa Fe Street would be affected. The properties in purple in the area delineated as subject area B, which is the downtown village, those would be affected. The residential properties would not be affected in yellow. They would not apply to the specific plan amendment.
That is already retail, or is that?
That is correct, yes.
Downtown area.
Yes.
Is currently zoned
Downtown village does allow for commercial.
commercial and retail, so that, why would that be even affected?
So the downtown currently allows retail. The only zone that allows for drive-through currently is the commercial, downtown commercial in red. So the downtown village does allow for commercial uses and restaurant uses, retail, but does not allow for a drive-through restaurant.
That would be the change in the pink, would be to add the ability to have a drive-through on those very, very, and I'll say it, very, very narrow old streets. And I listened to the planning commission. I'm very glad you removed Acacia Avenue from this, because that's all residential.
Yeah, so
And
let me
up
try
Buena
to
Vista right there.
break it down a little bit more. The area A, or the project area A, is only adding the language of Santa Fe Street. So only the office professional mixed use zones that are facing on Santa Fe would be affected.
And what color is that?
So that would be the light blue. So even though we're identifying the area A because it's Santa Fe, only the light blue parcels will be affected by the proposal A. The area B, which is in purple or plum color, that's already commercial, but the use that they cannot have right now is a drive-through. So we're adding that component into that zoned area. But not all parcels can apply for that because, as you said, they're limited size and limited streets and so on. So that we missed in the past a couple of different opportunities for one of the parcels that are outlined on the west end that had a proposal for a drive-through pharmacy. Correct. And because the downtown does not allow for a drive-through, but pharmacy was allowed, that particular pharmacy group did not want to come because the drive-through component wasn't there. So we're trying to create some opportunity for those properties. And again, not all the downtown village zone parcels will be affected by the drive-through component. And obviously the project area C was promoted and recommended by the property owner, and he's in full support.
All right, I'm going to change my motion. I'll move that we approve the Gilbert property and then ask that staff notify all the property owners affected, and then we bring this all back for the package. Except for A and B, yeah.
We'll approve C going
Approve C.
forward. And
I'll second that.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Meyer, second by Councilmember Bales. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Bales. Councilmember Bales,
I'm sorry. Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meyer,
Yes.
Mayor Lilienthal.
Yes.
That motion passes to approve the Gilbert property, approving the section C, and to send communication to the surrounding businesses.
Mr. Clerk, my understanding is we didn't actually open public comment on this item before we took the vote. So my recommendation would be to ask if anyone wanted to make public comment. Assuming there's none, I think your vote could stand. But if public comment was made, then you might want to reconsider the motion, Mayor. Sorry, I'm a little slow on the draw. I know.
public comment?
there's anyone on the Zoom call that would like to speak right now is the time to raise your hand. We'll give you just a few moments here. Seeing none, Mayor, there is no registered public comment.
Mayor, I see no need then to go through the formality of revoting on it. If you don't want to, if you want to move on, you can.
All right, so let's go to item number 14. A is our 2020-2021 annual comprehensive financial report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, we are here to present to you the fiscal year 2020-2021 annual comprehensive financial report, also known as the ACFR, is the new acronym that we are using. We do have Brett Van Lant from VLF here tonight to do his presentation. And after he is done, we can take any questions that you may have.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Brett Van Lant. I'm a partner with Van Lant and Fankenal. We conducted the audit for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2021. And I have a short presentation to kind of go over the audit process, the reports that were issued as part of that process, and any questions that you might have. So kind of went over that, but audit process, reports issued, some financial statement highlights of the 2021 ACFR, and questions. So going into the audit process is kind of broken up into two different parts. We have what we call the risk assessment process. This is the where we are assessing the risk that the financial statements could contain a material misstatement due to fraud or errors. We also have third-party confirmations that we do as part of our audits. We do substantive testing, and we do a detailed review of the financial statements prior to their issuance. So that risk assessment process that I was talking about, this is where we are assessing the risk that the financial statements could contain a material misstatement due to fraud or errors. Procedures that we do involve our judgment based off of our risk assessment process. And as part of this process, we are reviewing and evaluating the internal controls of the over financial reporting. As part of that, we're obtaining an understanding of the different internal controls over the different processes of the city, cash disbursements and procurement, cash receipts, revenues, utility billing, payroll, things like that. Third-party confirmations. As part of our audit, we are confirming bank account balances with the financial institutions. We confirm payments that the state makes to the city to verify that the amounts that are recorded in the city's accounting records agree with the amounts that are reported by the state. Same thing with the county, property tax payments, VLF payments, things like that. We also obtain legal representation letters from the city's attorneys regarding any claims and litigations of the city. So some of the significant audit areas that we look at as part of our audits, cash, investments, various governmental revenues and receivables, utility revenues and receivables, the capital assets of the city, expenditures that the city makes, and the accounts payable, payroll and related liabilities for that, and the self-insurance claims liabilities. The ACFR review, this is where kind of at the end of the process, once all the information is compiled, we do a final review of the prior year comparison from 1 year to the next. We complete a disclosure checklist to make sure that all required disclosures are included in the financial statements. And we also recalculate all amounts to verify mathematical accuracy throughout the financial statements. So that's kind of a brief overview of the audit process. The reports that are issued as part of our audits There's the audit report, which is the opinion on the financial statements. There's an internal control report regarding this is required by government auditing standards. There's also a required communication with the city council that takes place usually during the planning process and then also at the end of the audit process as well. We also do an agreed upon procedures to calculate, to test the calculation of the city's GAN limit. That's done on an annual basis. And also there's a single audit report that will be forthcoming. So the audit report, this is the main report of the audit, obviously. This is where we're expressing an opinion on the financial statements, that they are fairly presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. There's different sections of the audit report, but it kind of talks about our responsibilities and management's responsibilities. The financial statements are the responsibility of management. Our responsibility as auditors is to express an opinion on those financial statements, that they're fairly presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. The city received an unmodified, which is a clean opinion, meaning we did not identify any material departures from generally accepted accounting principles. And that's the highest level of opinion you can get on a financial statement. Excuse me. There's the internal control report. This is internal control over financial reporting. This is required by government auditing standards. Our requirement is to consider the city's internal controls over financial reporting and report any significant deficiencies, material weaknesses, or non-compliance. And the purpose of this report is not to express an opinion on internal controls, but if we identify any of those, then we will report it in that report. There was one audit finding that we had. This is related to audit adjustments identified as part of the audit process. And we, as auditors, identified material adjustments to the accounting records. And as part of evaluating internal controls, material weaknesses, the external auditors cannot be part of a city's internal controls. And so our responsibility is to test that the accounting records would not have had these, we would not, the city would have not identified these unless we brought them to their attention. And so our recommendation is to establish internal control procedures to ensure that all material adjustments are identified prior to the auditors identifying them. I talked about the required communication with city council. These are requirements as part of our audit to talk about different estimates in the financial statements, sensitive disclosures, if we had any difficulties or disagreements as part of our audit, and any other audit findings or issues as part of our audit. Sensitive disclosures would be pointed out in that report, but most notably your net pension liability disclosures, OPEB liabilities. And the reason for that is they're sensitive disclosures because they're based off of actuarial assumptions that could change over time. And so we're just bringing those to your attention, that those are sensitive information as part of your financial statements. The AUP report on the appropriations limit calculation, an agreed upon procedures is kind of a exceptions only type report. So if we had any exceptions to that calculation, it would be reported. There were no exceptions. The city's calculation was in accordance with the California Constitution. It should be noted that the limit is considerably higher than the appropriations that the city currently has. A single audit report. This is a report that's required by the uniform guidance. This is to test compliance on federal programs, federal expenditures. That report is still in progress, and it's will be forthcoming in the next few months. So just some quick highlights of the financial statements. You can see the increase in fund balance from one year to the next in your general fund, and kind of the breakdown of the different categories of fund balance: non-spendable, restricted, committed, unassigned, and assigned. The increases, I mean, it's based off of the current year income statement activity, but just to, kind of a side by side from one year to the next. Measure U activity. This is a disclosure that's right out of the financial statements, but kind of see the change from one year to the next of the Measure U committed amounts that are included as part of the general fund balance. And again, this is also information directly from your financial statements. I do always like to point out the net pension liability, and I kind of talked about how this is a sensitive disclosure. One of the reasons for that, as you can see, the current net pension liability would be the amount in the middle there, where it shows 108 million. That's the combined net pension liability of both your miscellaneous and safety plans. This is based off of a discount rate of 7.15%, and that's the adopted rate by CalPERS for your to calculate your liability. If that rate were to change by 1% higher or lower, you can kind of see what that would cost to your net pension liability. And again, these are all estimates. Is the 7.15% rate accurate compared to the 6.15%? Hopefully. Maybe it's 8.15%, but again, these are actuarial amounts, and so it kind of shows you that deviation from 1%, what it causes from one higher or lower. And us as auditors, we have to go based off of what our standards say and what the actuarial standards are. But the financial reporting, I believe it's a good idea, and it's required to show that deviation, so you can kind of see it's a huge estimate. You'll see this year, I believe your liability went up. I think I actually have it here. Yeah, it increased about $6.5 million between 2020 to 2021, and that's including all the required contributions that CalPERS tells the city to make and that are required by the actuarial calculations. It still increases. And so these are estimates, and over time we'll see how accurate they are, but it's just important to note that they're increasing, and it could change based off of future actuarial information, but it's just a good marker to kind of see where it sits. So, I mean, you're talking 45 million increase from 1% and a 36 million decrease from 1%. So it's a huge estimate, and just something to keep in mind as we move forward. Some additional key figures in your financial statements. The general fund balance increased about 12.7 million compared to the prior year. The unassigned fund balance in the general fund is approximately 25% of your 2021 expenditures. That's approximately 3 months reserves. GFOA, which is Government Finance Officers Association, their best practices recommend a minimum of 2 months operating reserve. So kind of give you an idea of where you guys stand with the minimum recommendations. We already talked about the pension liability, so move on. So with that, that's kind of my presentation about the audit and the audit process and the financial statements. If you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to take those now.
All right, guys, any questions or comments?
I have a comment. This report was a lot easier to read than what we've gotten in the past, so I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I was able to you can go line by line and understand it. You didn't have to have an accounting degree. So I appreciate it. Mhm. Yes.
I will echo that. Very good presentation. That's very good information. Thank you.
I actually had to have a CAFR party last year and invite people to my house and have an accountant come and explain it to everyone. And so I didn't have to do that. And so
Good.
I probably should have, because it would have been fun, but it's okay. Thank you. Yeah, different. Right. Oh dear.
Okay, I just would like to thank the finance staff. The audit process is a lot of work on both parties, so I just want to extend my thanks to them for their assistance and getting this process completed. So thank you.
Thank you. If I don't have any further comments,
Mayor, if I may, I also want to extend my appreciation for my finance staff. Tiffany and Kalina worked very, very hard for many months to get this dialed down. And it's always a challenge when you're starting with a new accounting firm, because they're kind of having to learn you and how you do things. And you know him, it's kind of unique always. And so it's been a challenge, but I'm very appreciative of my finance staff and the team at VLF, who did a great job in getting us all of this done in a pretty quick manner.
relatively quick.
I mean, it's a lot of months of work, but yes.
Do you have a motion? All right. Receive and file.
I need to ask one question, Lorena. I'm sorry to pull you back up here, but I read in here and I'm not finding the page. Apparently I didn't bookmark it, but there is, our investments are in here. And there is a number, it's like 500 and something that that were not invested correctly. Those are the ones that the new firm has corrected. Is that correct?
Yes, those are the ones that they've,
You remember what page
it's
that's on? I'm
it's not
sorry.
in here, it's in the letter that was sent
In the letter. Okay.
directly to you of the findings. As they're working through an agreed upon procedures of the investments, they're doing a more diligent review, and they did want to make sure that they let you know before
Yeah,
they
excellent.
moved on from this
That
process.
was perfect. All
But
right.
yes, those are the 4 investments that were sold.
And they were fixed. Okay, awesome.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 16. Discussion item, discussion of the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act. Do we have a staff report?
I'll do a brief staff report. I know that we're getting a little late in the night. Brief staff report on this. The Cal Cities has requested cities to take this item up. Based on the information that we received, we included all of the backup for the council. If it is council's desire, we can develop a resolution that we can bring forward at a subsequent meeting, first meeting in March, to have the council formally convey their position in support of the league's position or an alternative position based on the council's desire. So that's all that I have for this report, Mayor.
All right.
I have a comment on this one. How, as conservatives sitting up here, can we just vote on this? I don't know that this aligns with my beliefs. I understand they're trying to protect somebody, but it's not something that,
Trying to protect us.
yeah, they're trying to protect us. But city attorney, would we be able to have a special tax measure on the ballot with or without this?
So yes, you would still be able to have tax measures on the ballot. You'd be required to under this act. What it's fundamentally seeking to do is close what are perceived as loopholes in Prop 218, but which are simply the ways which the government has gone forward with funding itself. So I can give you an example. One of the things that has become a big topic are fees for government services. And what the city is required to do is charge the actual cost of providing that service. One of the ways that this bill would amend the current structure is that it would provide the definition of actual cost is not the cost to the city of providing the service, but it is the minimum amount the city could potentially charge for that service to be done. And that burden of proving that the amount that the city is charging is reasonable would be imposed upon the city. So no longer would we be able to say, look, we did a study of the cost of processing this particular development application, and this is how many hours it takes. This is what the cost is going to be. The city would be forced to go through significant additional bureaucratic hurdles to prove that the amount that we are charging is the lowest actual cost. But to your point, I mean, it is a question, I think, of political philosophy. That's not really an appropriate realm for me to opine on. The goal of this is to significantly reduce the ability of the state and local governments to continue to raise taxes and fees in the way that we do now, and to make it more difficult and to basically make it more narrow when we're passing laws, what the specific purpose is, how long that tax is going to be out there, et cetera. To give you an example, recently this city passed Measure U. I'm sure you're all familiar with that. And one of the things that the city council did was had the advisory resolution from the city council that went along with it. Measure U is a general tax. It can be spent for any purpose, but this city council has restricted its use through resolutions. This act would complicate cities' ability to do that going forward in the future.
Okay. Clear as mud, right? Perfect.
It is clear as mud. I mean, I look at some of the things that this will do and what it won't do. And there's things I agree with and there's things I don't agree with. I think bottom line in opposing this ballot initiative in its entirety is getting rid of the things that will be harmful to us in the long run. And then, maybe somebody else will take up a cause that will bring some of the things that I think, personal opinion, I think are good. Requiring a vote of the people for the state to increase a tax, I think is a darn good idea. But telling us we can't do the same thing is a bad idea. Right? So, it's that type of thing. And interesting, I just find it very interesting, the group that's putting this out there and who's supporting it and who's not, it's contradictory to everything that we've seen in the past. So it's almost like, okay, let's just confuse them some more. And then they don't, we'll pass anything we want to pass because we're in Sacramento and we drank the Kool-Aid. So, my thinking on it is to oppose the entire ballot initiative the way it's presented, and take, a support for the league position and an oppose as a city position on it, because I don't think these things need to be imposed by people that don't know what we're doing. Right. And that's what so much of it is. You get a group of people who don't understand local government and they want to impose all these rules on us. And it's like, but you don't understand the big picture and what we actually do, what we do, and we do it better than anybody else on a local level. So.
If I don't have any other comments, do I have a motion?
I would make a motion to direct staff to bring a resolution back to the city council, the first meeting in March, to oppose AG 21-0042A1, the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act, which itself is a misnomer.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Brown. You may cast your votes. That motion passes 4-1 with Mayor Pro Tem Meyer in opposition to direct staff to bring a resolution to the city council at the first meeting in March 2022 to oppose AG 21-0042 A1, the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act.
And I have a motion and a second for us to keep going.
So moved. Reluctant.
Yeah, not for me. I have to be back here at 5 a.m. And so does our city manager. We have a point in time count in the morning.
That's right. I'd have to say no myself.
So keep going, because we only have 2 more things left.
Make it fast.
All right, we'll keep going. Heard a second. No second. I'm gonna second it.
Oh. No, I made the motion. Oh, you made the motion. What, to continue?
I'll second it.
Motion by Councilmember Brown.
Do the
and
year of the rat. before
Second by
we-
Mayor Lilienthal. You may cast your votes to continue the meeting. That motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Mills and the no.
Heard you all
opposition.
loud and clear. Let's get this moving. I'll make this quick as possible. Item 16B, Mayor and Council. In discussions with members of the council, we identified that there was no formal censure policy within the city of Hemet. This was also discussed during some of the council protocols discussion. As a result, I did ask the city attorney to develop a draft censure policy for the city of Hemet, and that item is before you tonight, Mayor and Council. That concludes my report for this item.
All right. If there are no comments, can I get a motion?
I make a motion to adopt the policy and on admonishment and censure of elected officials of the city of Emmett. Is that right? Yeah. I get a second? Oh, you're-
Councilmember Krupa, do you have any comments?
Yes. Do it, I'll second it, but I just want to add a comment to that. That since this is also covered in part in our council protocols, that when we bring that back for the rest of the work study on it, or the work study, have we done any work study on it yet? No, we haven't. That when we get to that point, this will supersede what we have in that, and it'll be just as this would be referred to attachment such and such, because that's now priority. I mean, this is the governing document.
If that's the desire of the council, we can certainly remove the enforcement section, which I think would be duplicative and not exactly the same as this policy.
Right.
And we could simply say that the council protocols may be enforced by the city's existing admonishment and censor policy, and we'll just attach it as an exhibit to the back.
Right, because we don't want to have two different policies or anything that differs between the two, and this encompasses more than what our council protocols do.
Confusion keeps me busy, but my preference is to make things clear for the council and the public.
superseded the
Uh,
other?
This would, if you adopt this tonight, this will go into effect immediately.
Yes.
Your council protocols have not yet been adopted,
Right.
so we can
Okay.
amend those before your next
Gotcha.
workshop.
Okay.
So yes, that I will second that.
For clarity, this is obviously necessary for when we have elected officials cannot be up here telling untruths, is what I'm saying. This is not for like council members disagreeing with each other.
So the reasons why the council may admonish or censor an elected official are stated in section 2A, B, C, and D. In terms of a elected official making statements, that the council would have to make a finding. I believe the most appropriate one would be under D, which is an action of the elected official that materially and adversely impedes or disrupts the operation of the city or its organizational units, is detrimental to the employees or public safety, or violates the city's properly established rules and procedures. So that would be a finding that the council would have to make. The intent of this is not to chill or prevent free expression of ideas. The idea is to allow the elected officials of the city to hold each other accountable for the validly adopted rules and regulations that you've adopted, because frankly, you are the only ones who can hold each other accountable. It's very difficult for anyone else to do that.
Yeah. All right, perfect. Thank you.
All right. So we have that motion and second. City Clerk, do we have a roll call?
Yes, council, you can cast your votes. And I'll repeat the motion by Councilmember Mail, second by Councilmember Krupa. That motion passes 5-0.
All right. Item number 16C, 3 minutes. I'm starting the timer now.
So I'll provide some context on this to get it moving. Based on a previous discussion with the council, we brought forward this proposed draft funding policy and discussion related to the Section 115. This was also included in the strategic plan. As a result of that discussion, council directed staff to identify 2 different scenarios, which would be obviously funding with seed money, and then in addition to that, funding the trust based on a 15% portion of surplus, and then 30% portion of surplus as well. Based on that council direction, we have included the information in the backup. We do have those different scenarios, as well as what the funding would look like, assuming the 15% or the 30% scenario. So tonight, what we are seeking direction from council on is the council's preference to either the A scenario, which is the 15% surplus, or the B scenario, which is the 30% surplus. So that's what we've discussed previously. We are seeking council direction on the specific item, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager, for summarizing that so well for me. So I have the different options here. If you guys have any questions, they are also included in the staff report. We are looking for direction on whether we are going with the 15% of surplus or 30%. I have scenarios here for you for general fund, from the Measure U portion of general fund, for water, sewer, and streets. Keep in mind, when we discussed this on January 25th, we talked about having all funds that have employees charged out of it contribute to it, because it would only be fair that everybody who pays salaries and will have future pension obligations should contribute to this issue. And as Brett stated, our unfunded liability is very high, has increased 6.6 million in just a year. So the Section 115 trust is critical to get some of that under control. I'm going to go back to the general fund portion. So this shows the surpluses that we had. And when I show the fiscal year, I'm saying the surplus from 17-18 to 18-19 is what you see listed under 18-19. And then the next one is from 18-19 to 19-20. And then the most recent one from 19-20 to 2021. Underwater, it is important to notice that in fiscal year 1920, I only show a surplus of $2.5 million. If you look at the financial statements, the surplus is much higher than that, and it's because of the one-time settlement payment. I didn't think it was appropriate to include that as part of their surplus, so I did exclude it. So this is 15%. So 15% of general fund in our most recent year would, as an example, would be a contribution of just under 1.2 million from general fund and 395,000 from Measure U, where the 30% is 2.3 million and from general fund and 790,000 from Measure U. So it essentially doubles.
I have a lot of things to say about this, and I know we're trying to hurry here. The example that you brought to us the first time had Temecula, and the Temecula example that you gave had may fund, and all of ours are shall fund. And so if you look at our CAFR that was just presented, we have $13.9 million surplus. And so what this does is it gives, I just don't know why we wouldn't put this in our budget and approve a budget for expenses for the year, because what this does is how much money this year would we just put over there?
So
Depending on
to
which percentage we
address that,
Mhm.
I also included, and this was in the original sample policy, and I actually took this, I don't remember if it was from the city of Temecula or the city of Alameda, but
Mhm.
this gives us withdrawal limitations. So we're saying that there's no minimum withdrawal, that the maximum that we can withdraw out of the Section 115 trust is 10% of the CalPERS annual required contribution. We can establish a limit like this for funding as well. We don't have to only have it for withdrawals. And I did see that in one of the other policies that was included in the January 25th.
Because this really ties our hands. And if you look at, let me pull up, this is going to really, I'm not going to be able to give this to everybody. Let me see that we had our budget presentation. Let's go back to, this was, what meeting is this? Hold on a second. This was our, this was one of our slideshows from our mid-year budget. Let me find the page. And our budget this year was what, 39, and we broke even both ways, right? And we have an excess of $15.9 million. So do I have to sit up here and say, how good are we at estimating? Not very good, because we have a huge surplus. And so if we're not good at estimating, we can't commit today for all these years coming up how much we're going to sock away and shall sock away. That's what I have a real problem with. We can make this part of the budget if we want to do that. But what this does is this creates a dilemma for council, because we are encouraging staff to sandbag, and the people in our city don't get to feel and touch the money that we're socking away, when we all know sitting up here that we get more complaints about the streets and the roads in our city. And so for me to say, oh yeah, let's just automatically sock all this away, you know, as my car just keeps getting dinged up and dinged up and dinged up on all of our potholes that are bigger than the tires I have on my car. And I get those calls all the time. And so this right here is not representing the people. That's what I feel like.
Understood.
But Lorna, before you jump in, there's a couple things I wanted to add. The budgeted amount would be included in the upcoming budget. So as an example, tonight we received the financial report for fiscal year 2021. So given the audited financial report, what we would do given this item is we would plug away for the upcoming budget year in 22-23, whether it's 15% or 30%. So in the event that they're, let's say the general fund is unable to expend all of its funds, we encourage all of our departments to spend all of the funding that's included in their budget. In the event that maybe they have a couple vacancies or they're unable to move forward on that project, that's where you would get the surplus. Or in the event that revenues come in higher than what was projected, that's when you would have a surplus. So it essentially requires the staff to wait for the audited financial statement to come up, and then it would be included in the budget for the council to approve. This just provides a guiding document for us to say, if we do have the surplus, it's not because we feel that we should allocate funding to the Section 115, but it's a standard that we would include in the upcoming budget, subject to the council's approval of the budget. So that's how it would work out in practice. It wouldn't be at the beginning of the fiscal year that we would say we're expecting a surplus. it would be at the end of, for instance, fiscal year 2021, when we have the audit completed for the upcoming fiscal year's budget. So it would be no opportunity costs on the front side, purely just on the surplus at the end of that fiscal year.
Okay, so, and I guess, sorry.
Would it be all right if we just changed all the shalls to may?
I think that's okay, but here's, I need this example answered. Not that we want to relive this, okay? But when COVID started, you shut down my fire station and you took my engine away, and that was not voted on by council, and that gave us a surplus. And so that money would be, what we're doing by doing this is encouraging us to ignore this plan that the council has put in place. So if we say we want this many officers and this many fire stations, we are saying, oh, but we want all the extra money socked away over here. So then we're creating like division within our ranks. And I just don't think that that's good.
I don't know that we'll ever experience another COVID-like situation. I certainly hope that we never have something that's similar to that in terms of what happens. I will be the first one to say that my expectation of any department is that they expend their money that's been allocated by the council, because if they're trying to allocate or trying to identify savings in lieu of expending that, well, then that tells me that there wasn't a need or there was a capacity issue that happened. I see your point.
Because we put together a strategic plan and we say, we want these services in the city. And we're like, we can get a little extra money if we don't do these. I mean, and look at our roads and look at our water system, our infrastructure is caving in, and we're going to take how much and put it away. And the people don't get to feel it, and they pay the taxes. So.
I'm not disagreeing with your position on that. The only thing that we're looking at it from the perspective of there is no mandate from whether it's the finance department or the city manager's office not to spend their money. They should certainly, all departments should spend their monies that have been programmed in the budget, because that's what the expectation is of me as well as the council, that they utilize the funding that's been given in their budget and move forward on what purchases, personnel, whatever it is.
And I think it makes me a little more passionate because it personally affected my district. And so I don't know. I think we can plan ahead and budget for this stuff without having a resolution for it. I mean, just like Brett said up here, he said that this is constantly changing, right? And it's not actual. He said the actuarial, right? And we don't know what the future will be. So what was the what is our percentage? The percentages that he had up there were like 6.5% and 7%. They expect everyone to get those increases each year. They calculate those in, right?
No.
And none of our employees get that.
They have a discount rate. And I think for 2021, the discount rate was 7.15. So what they do, and CalPERS does this in their actuarial reports, is they tell you if the discount rate was 6.15 instead of 7.15, then your liability would go up to 153 million or whatever it was. But if it was 8.15, it would go down to 108 or 107. I don't remember the number, maybe 97. So they're showing the big swings, but the reality is that PERS will never give us a discount rate that we can deal with. I've been here for 15 years, and I can tell you, I look at those actuarial reports every single year, and every year I expect that number to go down. And every year I go, what happened? It went up, it went up, it went up. We're never funded more than like 70%.
And I don't mind if we budget for funding this, but we're chasing a ghost. We're chasing an imaginary figure that keeps changing.
So one thing that I can add is historically, the time that I've been here, we've always been reliant on growing our revenues to make the PERS increases happen. So if we look at it from one perspective, the benefit of this is to allow some stability and some a little bit of comfort to our employees, in the sense that in the instance of our revenues not growing as fast as we might like them to grow, and our PERS liability and our expense increases at a rate that's higher than our revenues, by setting this Section 115 trust, we're able to potentially dip into some of that funding to help smooth out those bumps. So this is really about not relying upon the local economy to grow, but allowing the city to utilize the times that are surpluses, to utilize those to help smooth out those future bumps in the future. So that's that's one of the
And don't
things
you
we're looking
think
at.
that the citizens in our city would appreciate having roads rehabbed that we've ignored for years?
So this is purely a policy level decision for the council. We took the direction from the council. The council clearly
I
articulated and
understand I
said,
wasn't here, but
yeah,
sorry.
15% and 30%. I'm not disagreeing with you. We just took the council direction, and that's what we have here tonight.
I just
You
think
don't
we're
have to do
sending
it.
mixed messages to our staff.
It's the council's prerogative on what the council chooses to do on this specific item.
Well, what I meant was if we adopt this, just because we adopt it doesn't mean we have to put the 15%. We still have to weigh in on doing it.
That would be included in the city's budget. So at that time, the city would vote on the city's budget. From the staff perspective, I brought up uniformity and consistency. The last thing that staff is trying to do is say, oh, well, you know, the council might feel good about it this year. They might not feel good about it next year. This helps create a playing field that we can go back to policy and say, this is what the council adopted. The expectation is in these times of a surplus event, this is what the council should expect when the budget is presented to them.
Instead of funding this 115 trust, how about we put the surpluses towards these potholes and street rehabilitation? Is that right?
Well, can I add
How
up
do we-
on that? If I were an employee, I would say I would really like to make sure that I have a retirement. And if you're not going to contribute or have enough money to contribute to my retirement plan, maybe I'll go someplace else. This is like having a 401k in a private company and them having low profits one year and saying, oops, I'm sorry, we can't do a match on this. We're not going to contribute to your 401k. Happened with people at Enron in Texas. They lost everything they had. This is something, I mean, to me, this is good fiscal responsibility planning to make sure that we don't have to get into a deficit spending or a financial bind, because we can't, you're right, we cannot rely on everything. This last year has been an anomaly all over the place. Nobody thought we were going to come out with any extra money anywhere. Everybody was, forecasting anywhere from a 15 to a 40% decrease in revenues. What happened? Where we got this money, I have no idea, because everybody's out of work and yet everybody's spending money. So to me, it's fiscal planning. I don't want to get locked into a.
We are locking our money into that and you can't get it out. We can't cash out a CD.
And that's okay.
For you, I mean,
For an employee,
think about if
it's
you.
okay.
Mhm.
I mean, what would you rather have? I mean, your retirement livelihood? We're going to have to pay it anyway. Why
I think
why
we can
not
still
smooth-
plan and do
why
it
not
without-
smooth out some of the bumps, like Chris was saying? If that money is over there sitting in an investment account, we're making money on that money instead of giving it to CalPERS in a lump sum to pay something down.
I'm just saying, if this room was full of citizens right now and they were all talking about the roads again, like we have had so many times, would we be okay voting on this right
Yeah,
now?
I would. I'd rather stick up for our employees.
Well, I think there's a multiple ways that you can look at this, and I think for me, Linda has hit on something that I hadn't really thought about, but what I hear from a lot of people is the unfunded liability of PERS. People that are paying attention to the government sector, they have a big concern about that. And so I think doing something fiscally responsible to try to address that in the unpredictability of what the discount rate may or may not be. I'm okay with the mayor suggested maybe substituting the word may instead of shall. I'd be comfortable with that. I do know from having to prepare and administer and oversee a municipal budget, at least my portion of it, the expectation is exactly what the city manager said, that we expect that our department heads are going to present to us not a fluff budget, but an actual budget that they feel that they need to sustain their operations and provide the expected service. So, but there's a lot of variables that impact. We've already heard that things such as unfilled vacancies, unexpected revenue that we got surprised by. There's a number of reasons why we would have a surplus. And I'm not saying that we disregard and ignore the other priorities. I think we can do both, but I think it's fiscally responsible that we do something that is going to generate more money for us to be able to address that PERS responsibility. So there's pros and cons either way you look at it, but I think for me, I think it's fiscally prudent to be addressing that and still make the other expectations that we've laid out in our strategic plan as priorities.
Would you guys be okay with doing the 15%, splitting it in half to where 7.5 goes to 115 and the other 7.5 goes to what she's talking about?
Wait, so Mayor, one of the things that I want to convey is when you're talking about a surplus, 15% of that surplus, you still have 85% of a surplus. So the reality for the council is that the council could direct the staff to utilize the remaining 85% of any given surplus, for instance, of streets, to go towards fixing roadways. So that's something that the council can talk about because we're only focusing on 15% of a surplus. The reality of it is 85% is still a surplus. So the council has the policy ability to say, we want to use the 85% to repave some of those roads. So the reality of it is there's still extreme flexibility for the council to take on additional council priorities that the council may have.
If I may add one more comment, when I started working here 15 years ago, I started working here 6 months before the Great Recession hit and the first round of layoffs hit. And I remember I came from private sector and I was scared out of my mind. I thought, what did I do? Why did I come here? If every year my job is going to be on the line because of a budget. And it was scary for me as a new employee coming in. And being new to public sector, I signed up at the UCR Extension Center for the certificate program for government budgeting and accounting. And my project in my budgeting class was to analyze a nonprofit, was one of my projects. The other one was to analyze another city because I worked for a city. And so I chose the city of Temecula, who also has a policy like this. And the one thing that I took away from there is that the city of Temecula was very responsible in taking their surpluses and doing wise things with it. And when we were all laying off employees and not certain how we were going to continue providing services to our citizens, the city of Temecula was building that beautiful city hall that they have because they put the money away. And clearly from their policy, they're also putting money away for retirement. So it's my opinion, it's my observation. I just wouldn't want to see the city of Hemet in a situation that we get to a downturn in the economy and we don't have enough to cover those retirement payments, that annual payment that goes up every year. And a Section 115 trust would give us that ability to be able to fund it without having to lose employees.
I just think that we can still fund it through our budget process. I'm just saying committing today for all the years in the future is an overreach on our part.
This is just a policy. That's another thing that's been lacking in this city is policies. You know, I've been here for 15 years, but a lot of people that work around me have only been here for a few years. And people come to me and say, well, why do we do things like this? Or what policy do you follow? And a lot of times the answer is that's just always the way it's been done. It's not written anywhere. So this is just a policy. We would still be required to bring it back to council through the budget process for approval. It doesn't have to be approved. This is just, it gives us a baseline of, okay, how do we determine that amount that we're going to include in the budget to be contributed to that Section 115 trust. It's not written in stone that that is what is going to be committed.
Well, if you can change some of that terminology,
I
and
can
it does
do
say
that.
just the policy itself can be amended by council. But, you know, one of the things, and going back to what Lorena was saying, when we established the, the general fund reserve, because we had, there wasn't any when I got
We
elected.
had $450,000 in the bank.
In the bank when I got elected, and it's like, okay, so our first meeting when we're doing our strategic planning and everybody's got these pie in the sky things, I said, excuse me, I think we need to decide whether or not we're going to file bankruptcy or not. And all 5 of us said, we're not filing bankruptcy on our watch. And that started a very horrible, horrible time of layoffs, pay cuts. It was not friendly. Slowly, the economy changed. We came out of it. But the first year we had any type of money left over at the end of the year, we established the general fund reserve. We established it at 40%. We were going to have a 40%. Well, then, you know, Calmer had said, well, why don't you bring it down to 30%? So we talked about that. That was I think it was 30%. The first one.
I believe it was when Rita Conrad was
It was
here,
high.
yes.
But we said, we're not going to get into this position again. We're socking that money away over there and it's going to stay there because we're not ever going to have to say or think about, are we going to file bankruptcy? We want to be able to pay staff. We want to keep staff. Later, we said, you know something? We don't need that amount in there because we're building enough, the economy is coming back enough. We can reduce that to 20%. One of the council members wanted to go down to 10, and I mean, the rest of us just freaked and said, no. 20% is good. Let's keep it at that. But you're absolutely right. Any surplus other than what we say we have to put away, we can spend basically on anything we want. Well, not anything we want, but for the betterment of the city. So, you know, whether that's filling potholes, whether that's building another park, whether that's doing all of these things.
I guess what is so
terminology is
right.
important.
What is so contradictory is that we just sat and listened to how bad our fire stations are and the leaks and you can see outside through the walls and all this stuff. And then we're going to take our money and do this. This
Not all
is
of it.
crazy.
As he said, 85% of it, that surplus is still going to be there.
And I think the other statement that you touched on with an earlier comment is the investment in our employees. You know, we talked earlier about recruitment and retention. And if you want to recruit employees and retain employees, they've got to have some assurance that we're addressing their retirement potential. And if we don't do something significant in establishing a policy, then that may send the wrong message. And I think that 15% is reasonable. The city manager has pointed out that's leaves 85% that you can apply to other things.
Can I have a motion? Thought y'all was trying to go home.
I'm going to try a motion that we adopt a resolution establishing a policy under option A at 15%. And changing the verbiage to may instead of shall.
And this includes the option of yes or no at the end of a year. I mean, that,
The council will need to approve the budget.
which means it could be in there, or could not be in there. Depending on where we go. I mean, it's kind of a loose policy. That's what policies are.
That is my point, is we are creating division amongst our staff. You don't understand how?
No.
Because we are giving them a strategic plan and saying, these are our priorities. And then we're saying, haha, but not. So we're kind of giving mixed messages.
I'll second your motion.
Council, can you please cast your vote? While you're casting your vote, motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Councilmember Krupa, to approve the staff recommendation of resolution to approve the City Council of the City of Hemet, California, approving a pension and other post-employment benefits rates stabilization policy, option A, and amending the sections that reference the word shall to may. That motion passes 4-1 with Mayor Pro Tem voting no.
Thank you, council.
Moving to item number 17, City Council and staff reports. Councilmember Brown.
In the interest of time, I'll just make one uplifting report that out of the RCHCA meeting that we had last week, that the Stevens kangaroo rat has officially, as of February 17th, been downlisted from.
Take as many, shoot as many of those suckers as you want.
Not exactly.
You violent.
Target practice.
So all the efforts that they've been made have paid off.
Good. Councilmember Krupa.
Two things. The library, the library page on the city website lists all of the new apps and all of the new programs and all of the new stuff that they've got. So check it out. It is absolutely awesome. RTA is celebrating 45 years in service and rolling prices back to 1977. So you can ride on the bus for 25 cents. And I had the pleasure of going to the reopening of Megabytes down on Stetson and State Street. Malcolm and I were there for the great festivities, and and then yes, Joe, I accosted Joe in the parking lot. So it was great, good turnout. And I asked the question of everybody in there, anybody know what that facility used to have in it? And of course, nobody knew, but it was the old Boston store. It was a clothing store. And I said, I shopped there in the late 70s and early 80s, and I still have a skirt from there. And then they serve beer and pizza, and they have an arcade for kids. So let's go. That's it. It was fun. Yeah. Yeah.
Megabytes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meyer.
I have nothing to report.
Wait, hold on. Councilmember Mills.
In the interest of those that have to be here at 5 o'clock in the morning, I have nothing.
Do you guys have anything for your ad hoc committee reports?
Real quickly, the work that Caltrans said was supposed to be done by Friday was not done by Friday.
Did they give you a future date?
No, they said it'd be done Friday.
Okay.
It's not done. And that's the intersection of San Jacinto and Florida.
There is a 4x4, not that you wanted to know this, a 4x4 at Cornell in Florida that looks like it was blown off by a car, and it's sitting over on Percival's corner. I saw it on my way here, and I couldn't stop to take a picture, but just add that to your Caltrans list.
We'll blame it on Caltrans.
Anyone else have any ad hoc committee reports?
We had an investment oversight committee meeting today, and all of the missing treasurer's reports have been paid for and completed, and they are available online. So
By the following sponsors. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
that was good.
Okay, so then city manager.
Nothing tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. I want to add something to the agenda. Yeah, to the future agenda. I want to make a motion to add a signal light at Warren and traffic study at Warren and Devonshire, wherever that is. Myers. Wait, hold on. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. A traffic signal light.
I'll second that. Warren and Devonshire, you said?
I'll second.
You can cast your votes, council. That motion passes 5-0.
All right. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned to the next city council meeting on Tuesday, March 8th, 2022.